What's up, San Diego? How are you on this Thursday afternoon? Tony Gwynn Jr., Chris Ello, the lonely guy.
I was going to say,
Matthew
Tony,
Scraby.
I feel like I'm surrounded by love in my life. Both at home and in the office.
Yeah, I feel the same way. It's a good feeling to have. Nonetheless, back at you again, 4 hours of sports talk, some love life. We do it all here on Gwynn and Chris.
Yes, we are a place to turn to for that kind of advice. I don't know if you'd be smart to take any of our advice, but we'll give it to you.
Well, some people will never know.
That's right. Some people will never know
we'll
whether our advice would work.
Right.
Yeah, that's a good point.
We'll get to that as we get going in the show. But first, I think it's only right we start with the sad news of Bob Uecker, one of our great broadcaster personalities, passed away at the age of 90 today.
Yeah.
It is kind of circulating around baseball circle. He was a beloved human being. I mean, he was.
You say one of the greatest, baseball personalities.
Yeah,
might be at the top of the list.
Yeah, no, I have no doubt. I feel very lucky to have been a part of organizations that have had some of the very, very best personalities. Bob Uecker was the first that I got a chance to interact with on a day-to-day basis as a Milwaukee Brewer. One of the most funny, one of the most genuine. He was just so witty and always was sharp. Even when I saw him this past season. He had obviously started to slow down in terms of the amount of games he was doing, but he was still sharp as a tack. And so
he was.
To hear the news this morning that he passed away certainly was sad. I think baseball continues to mourn. We've lost some really great ones here in the past few months, and Bob is right there.
Yeah, I never got a chance to meet him, so I'm a little bit, I feel like I missed out, with Bob Uecker. But I was thinking about this today. As somebody who loves, to do these shows and loves broadcasting the Aztecs women's basketball, whatever it is I'm broadcasting, how lucky would you be if you got to do what you love until about the age of 90, and then you passed away, still involved. Bob Uecker gave us so much, and life, I think, gave him a lot back in return. This guy was hilarious. I mean, look, all you have to know is that Johnny Carson, one of the greatest, probably the greatest, the most iconic late night talk show host ever. And they put Bob Uecker on his show one time, and then he ended up being on over 100 times. And the people around the Tonight Show would be like, I can't believe we're having Bob Uecker on again. But they would always say he delivered every time. He was that funny. And, his light... I was playing the light beer commercials that he did from the 80s for Scraby earlier. And I had him look a couple up, and he had no idea. He looked at me like I was... crazy.
Don't act like it was
just I'm about to say
me.
And
then I was going to tell the whole story.
Okay,
and then I went out.
You weren't going that direction.
Yeah, no, I was. And then I went out and asked Tony if he had ever seen those, and he hadn't seen any of them, and Greg Ranieri hadn't seen any of them. And I realized, I guess he crossed over so many generations. I mean, his commercials were iconic at the time. The one where he...
Do you want me to play it?
Play this one, and we'll see out there. I mean, I think if you're over the age of 45 or so or 50, I guess you're gonna love this. And if you're not, you're gonna might be going, what are you doing? Play it.
Okay.
If you got it.
Play it now.
Play it if you got it.
I had it down.
This is an all-time iconic commercial for the day.
It's actually it's a part of America's lexicon.
It is, according to me. It is according to...
I see what you did, Scraby.
One of the best things about being an ex-big leaguer is getting freebies to the game. Call the front office, bingo. And once these fans recognize me, I probably won't even have to pay for my light beer from Miller. Down it! I love them. These fans know I drink light because it's less filling and it tastes great. Good seats, huh?
You're in the wrong seat, buddy. Come on.
Oh, I must be in the front row.
Come on.
Light beer from Miller. Everything you always wanted in a beer, and less.
Good seats, hey, buddy? He missed the tag! He missed the tag!
At the end of the commercial, he's sitting in the top row of the stadium.
For the
So
record,
you've
I
never
did
heard,
chuckle when I saw that part.
You've never seen I Must Be in the Front Row or heard that before. That's so weird to me.
Maybe I have, and in my old age, I've forgotten about it.
Let it go.
But I
It'd
don't
be interesting
remember
to see
that
if you're on the chat. Does that bring back good memories or does it bring back no memories?
Someone says I must be in the front row quoting it, so I'm thinking that they know it.
It was anyway. Bob Uecker was, transcended the game of baseball.
Mr. Baseball.
And he was, Johnny Carson was the one who put that tag on him, and it stuck. And I guess maybe a more generational reference to Bob Uecker would not be the commercials, but it would be the movie Major League.
That is
Because you're not going to find anybody that doesn't, correct me if I'm wrong in this one, just a bit outside.
I say it all the
Everybody's
time.
got that one, right?
tried the corner and missed.
That is a part of
That's the part of
America's
Lexicon,
lexicon,
for sure. I'll
For
say
sure.
this. Remember, we grew up at a time where you didn't get to see all of the broadcasters or hear them unless you lived in their cities.
Right.
And so for people on the West Coast, Major League was probably the first time you got a chance to hear Bob Uecker from that standpoint. And so to see him then, as my dad started playing and interleague play happened and they started going to Milwaukee, that was really the first time I put it together that,
that's him.
That's the guy from Major League.
Yeah, right.
No, that the Major League that's the opposite way around. He was the Brewers broadcaster long before he was doing the Major League stuff. But that was my introduction. So, I mean, imagine having that happen, right, as a kid. You see that movie and then walking into the Brewers locker room and Bob Uecker goes walking by. In my mind, I'm like, yo,
what's he doing here?
That's the guy from Major League.
Chris, there are people that are saying what you said. It's a classic, that they loved it. The front row commercials were great. Here's a little bit of him from Major League.
Look real sharp, but it's hard to steal second base with your shoe untied.
It's actually the first
Quick
base.
move to first. He got him. Hayes is picked off. Personally, I think we got hosed on that call. Rookie sensation Ricky Vaughn on the pitch now.
I love it because he's drunk the entire movie.
He had a bottle right next to him.
Well,
didn't
he
he?
was just pouring it.
The couple of things about Major League that I would say. One, it's iconic, obviously, to everybody. But you said that a lot of us were introduced to him there. We were, but we were also introduced to him back a little bit before that, Tony, because he was one of the first color analysts for Monday Night Baseball. And they would have him along with Howard Cosell, if you can believe it. Howard Cosell, the most, staccato, serious broadcaster ever. And Bob Uecker, this guy was hilarious, and Keith Jackson doing the play-by-play. So we did get to meet him, and again, Johnny Carson.
I should say for my
for your era,
age demographic.
He was also on a television show for 6 years called Mr. Belvedere.
Yeah, he was on Mr. Belvedere.
It was a successful show. It wasn't just like it showed up for one half season and disappeared. It was on for 6 full years. But the one thing that I think he and people tried to make clear, is a lot of us do have that image of him in Major League and think that's how he broadcasted.
No.
And it's not fair.
No.
Because although he could be hilarious, he was and became really an outstanding play-by-play announcer.
Bob was a very serious baseball guy.
Yeah.
You're right. Major League gives off this, and the fact that he was on the Johnny Carson show. He was on Mr. Belvedere.
And he was the most self-deprecating human being I've ever seen.
He was. And listen, I mean, Bob played, I think, 6 years in at the big league level.
6 is all.
And some of the best treated him as though he had played 20-something years in the league.
I know.
He was a very serious baseball person. And I think if you only really got a true appreciation if you got a chance to listen to him call a game. I mean, he was very, very good. It was a easy listen as a baseball fan listening to you call a game.
Yeah, he had so many amazing moments. He was inducted into the Hall of Fame by winning the Ford Frick Award for broadcasting. And the story goes that when he got to the Hall of Fame, they said, you got 15 minutes. And he said, I can't do it in 15. And they said, well, let us see your speech, and we'll see if we can't shave it down a little bit. He goes, I don't have a speech. I'm just going to get up there and talk. But in order for me to make it work, it's got to be like 20 minutes. And if you ever see his speech from the Hall of Fame, I'm sure they'll show it here in the next few days, especially on MLB Network. But, I mean, you've got Joe Morgan doubled over in laughter and Reggie Jackson with tears coming out of his eyes. Nobody, and Bob Uecker said himself, the guys behind me were yelling at me not to stop. They wanted me to keep going. I mean, he engaged everybody.
That was a normal thing for you, especially when I first joined. He could come in the locker room and hold court just like that. It was easy work for him. I mean, that's just how engaging, how charming he was, man. He was he will 100% be missed in our big baseball family.
And the one last thing about Bob Uecker that I'd like to throw out there, he had a 200 career batting average, if that. He was a backup catcher only. He hit 14 career home runs in 6 years. This guy was not a good player. However, 3 of his home runs were hit off Ferguson Jenkins, Gaylord Perry, and Sandy Koufax. 3 big-time Hall of Fame pitchers. None of the 3 ever lived it down, giving up a home run to Bob Uecker.
I'm sure they did. I'm sure Bob let them know about it, too.
He did. So.
All right, just the start of what should be a very, very entertaining show. Go ahead, Scraby.
On the other side, I have Padres roster news. Not Roki Sasaki. I'm not going to try to trick people into that, but there is actual roster news for the Padres.
You're tricking everybody into thinking there's news on this.
There is news.
Yeah, okay. More Gwynn and Chris on the other side.
Did you see what I'm talking about?
I have not.
Okay, well, it actually is a roster move.
Okay, let's see. More Gwynn and Chris.
Vaughn into the windup in his first offering. Just a bit outside. He tried the corner and missed.
Want to take in a future Padres game with a bunch of your closest friends from the comforts of the Odyssey Suite?
Yes.
Then register for the biggest fan contest, and you could win. Visit 97.3 The Fan SD.
Uecker said that he was signed by the Milwaukee Brewers, or the Milwaukee Braves, when he started his career. He signed by the Milwaukee Braves for $3,000. Said his dad was a little upset because he didn't have that kind of money.
That's Uecker right there.
That's Uecker right there. Welcome back to Gwynn and Chris. 2:18 is the time. All right, into what's going on out there other than that. In the sports world, it is day 2 of the great Roki Sasaki watch, and it's looking a lot like day 2 is going to go by without any news of his decision. I don't know if it's anybody in the know. I think everybody just kind of expects it to at least marinate for a couple of more days. So
yeah,
we will see.
Accurate.
Scraby wants to be the one to break the story.
I do.
And we keep offering, well, why don't you just go ahead and break it and just take a shot?
Oh, well, I have to actually know something.
But
to
you
break
could
the story.
You could jump out on a limb.
No,
jump out on the limb
all the time.
No,
jump out on the proverbial limb and announce it.
No, then I'm in Big Fives all over the country, talking about how dumb does this guy sound.
Listen, you got to take a risk.
I'm not taking that risk.
I'm just saying, sometimes these
you want to
risks,
get anywhere in
paydays.
life. It's kind of like going out on a date that somebody sets up for you. You got to take a risk.
That's a great analogy. Oh, wow. That is a great analogy right there. I think it's exactly like that.
I think we need to get to the Padres news before we will anger people.
We will get to the Padre
before
news.
we anger people.
They're waiting.
No, there is some Padre news, so Scrabe, go ahead with that.
We have another catcher signed. Martin Maldonado has signed a minor league contract. Maldonado? Martin Maldonado.
Oh, yeah, go ahead. Yeah,
minor league contract with he's a non-roster invitee. So there you go. Tony was very excited when I told him that news in the break.
I'm excited because I know Martin. I like him a lot.
He's a former Gold Glove
Great
winner.
Defensive catcher.
Great defensive catcher. Not much offense.
Yeah, you would be asking for a lot if you were expecting a bunch of offense from him.
I don't want to compare him to Austin Hedges because that's not fair, but a 203 career batting average probably gets people thinking along those lines.
Maybe so.
However, 115 home runs. So when he does run into one...
I would also like to say, because we're talking about sources, that is according to Dennis Lin, just making sure that everybody knows. Right. It's not like officially official, but Dennis Lin's pretty good.
Official?
Martin Maldonado last year...
you don't want to give us stats last year. It's with the White Sox. That whole season was a disaster for everybody. Maldonado did win a World Series ring with the Astros in 2022.
He was their guy during all of those long runs.
They were happy to have him bat ninth because he did an unbelievable job with their pitchers.
That's right.
So, he's that kind of player. That's Martin Maldonado
for sure. You're not expecting a bunch of offense from him.
If any.
He's solely coming in to handle his stats.
I will say this, though. Kyle Higashioka did not exactly come to the Padres as an offensive guy.
Without a doubt.
He was really a guy, he handles pitchers well. He's quiet. He's a good leader in the clubhouse. He'll run into a home run every now and again. And then Higashioka turned into a star last year. So who knows? You never can tell.
How does the minor league contract work? Like, if you make the team, does it convert to something else?
Yeah, you'll make league. Well, it depends. If he got a split contract, whatever the split side is, he'll get that. In the minor leagues, he'll get whatever that split is. So,
Gotcha.
Sometimes it's more when you're probably a veteran like he is. You can negotiate a contract that's a little bit more than the league minimum. And your split will be on the higher side of what minor leaguers are getting, and you kind of just go from there.
All right. Thank you for the explanation.
You're welcome.
All right, so some good news there. It's not going to change the trajectory of the offseason, but it's all right. I think Padre fans will also be happy to know that Jesse Winker will be coming to town again this year.
Wink!
As a member of the New York Mets, they agreed to bring him back on a one-year deal. Winker went to the Mets at the deadline last year after rankling all Padre fans as a member of the Washington
for celebrating,
Nationals.
and then he loses his mind every other hit.
Well, and also going into the stands after a game and confronting some old man.
I'm really not so mad at that because the old man was yelling at him.
The old man deserved it, but it doesn't mean you got to do it.
Hey, you shouldn't go in the stands, but I'm not as mad at that because the old man asked for it.
Well, all right.
The old man said, "I'm 60."
And we're calling him old man, so that makes Chris an old man.
Yeah, I'm an old man. Well, we already do call me an old man, so that's no surprise. NFL playoffs get going here this weekend. We will have our NFL Pick'em segment a little bit later in the show, but all 4 games we'll take a close look, and we'll pick them in order of our confidence. So, I'm excited. This is always a great weekend. The divisional round of the NFL playoffs. I think more great NFL memorable playoff games have been played in the divisional round than any other round.
Starting to get more familiar with divisional
the teams
games
a little bit. Yeah.
Because I think we've gone over this the last couple of years of how tight these divisional games can be.
Championship games are good. Super Bowl games are good, but they're not divisional games.
Yeah.
And I'd have to go way back and give you a list, but so many the Immaculate Reception for Franco Harris was a divisional game. The Hail Mary Roger Staubach was a divisional game. That's going way back. But Terrell Owens' catch against Green Bay was a divisional game.
The squeeze between the cheese?
Yeah, that's right. That's what that, yeah.
Owens!
Owens, yes. Touchdown! The Minneapolis Miracle with Stephon Diggs was also a divisional game.
When you do that kind of stuff, it really brings me to maybe you are a fan.
Telling you,
you can remember those kind of calls and you could do them that good. It makes me happy.
It's ingrained in my head because I went to so many 49er games as a kid. Fun fact on that play: Steve Young almost ended the play before it started because he tripped on his center and almost fell backwards. But he got it done, baby.
Thank goodness he did.
That was a good memory lane right there.
Yeah, the Minneapolis Miracle, Stephon Diggs, when the Saints had the game wrapped up.
Now that is crazy.
That is
just crazy.
That was a divisional playoff.
And that
hurt my soul too, man.
You thought Drew Brees was going to get it that year.
I thought Drew Brees was going to get it. That hurt my soul.
The Tuck Rule, that was a divisional playoff game.
I think the Tuck Rule, single-handedly made people hate the Patriots from that point on.
And that was their first year.
I think that
was their first year they won the Super Bowl.
And I think it took a little bit of time for that to kind of harden, because as they kept having more success, people started looking at that play more and more and more. I think that's what really started the hatred towards the Patriots.
Yeah, it's there was a lot of hatred toward the Patriots. There's no hatred toward them now. As I've said many times, nobody takes the time to hate bad teams. The Sea of Hands is a play that old timers like me will remember. Raiders Dolphins was one. Ghost to the Post, another Raider game back in the day, was a
who was coining these
playoff
names?
game.
Was it like an article written that called it?
Yeah,
and then just stuck?
Ghost to the Post was an all-time classic. Raiders were down to the Colts late in the game, and their tight end was Dave Casper, Hall of Fame tight end. His nickname was the Ghost, and he ran a post, and Stabler threw the ball right over his head, 45 yards down the field, and you see Casper in the slow-mo NFL picture, films highlight. Somehow I don't know how he could see it. It was right over the top of his helmet. And he hauled it in, and that set up the tying touchdown. So, yeah, those things became kind of legendary back in the day.
Did and I hate to bring up another 49er, but did Vernon Davis's catch against the Saints, was that a divisional game?
Divisional
that was a
game against
game.
the Saints
I
as
thought
well.
they were going to lose like 7 different times.
Yeah, no, there's been some great divisional games, and hopefully we'll have some this weekend. We will have our picks coming up.
What about what about Green Bay Seahawks? Wasn't that a divisional game? The onside kick?
I think that was a championship.
Was that a championship game?
I think that was a championship game. It looked like the Packers were going to the Super Bowl, and the Seahawks scored 16 points in the last 4 minutes or something.
It made me
like
so
that.
happy, but it was so brutal.
And 49ers Seahawks, where they threw the lob in the corner, and Richard Sherman attacked Aaron Andrews.
Talking about you.
That was a championship game as well. So.
That is an all-time interview. I hated Richard Sherman.
I always forget Richard Sherman was a Seahawk that day.
He was.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
All I see him wear is Niners gears now, though. I think he's mad at the Seahawks.
Yeah.
I think he is too.
He's
made some comments.
Yeah, I don't think he's
he
feeling
doesn't
the
like
Seahawks.
them.
The longest game ever played back still is the longest game. 1971 Dolphins Chiefs Christmas Day. That was a divisional round game also. All right, so we'll have some fun with that a little bit later. Also, Bryce Miller from the Union Tribune is going to join us in a few minutes. There's a lot going on. Maybe not with the Padres right now, but hey, SDFC. We've got soccer coming up soon. Let's get the latest on that and some other thoughts from Bryce Miller. I bet he has a couple of Bob Uecker memories as well. Gwynn and Chris continues next on 97.3 The Fan.
The biggest guests in
Gwynn and Chris, Tony Gwynn Jr., Chris Ello. Matt Scraby.
Good call by Nick on the chat.
Great call by Nick. Divisional
Chargers,
game.
Dolphins,
Yeah.
greatest game ever played, many think, was a divisional game down there in Miami. Good call, Nick.
The OG Winslow coming up big.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah. Getting carried off the field after the game, and then
Towel over the head.
According to my inside sources, I don't want to give up my source on this, celebrating like a crazy madman, jumping on tables in the locker room after
he got helped off.
After that visual of him couldn't take another step. People said Kellen was reborn in the locker room. I wasn't there. I'm just going with my source.
Nothing
there,
like
Kellen,
a good
if
tape.
you're out there.
Nothing like a good.
Am I getting what you're putting down?
What do you mean?
He had a little help? Never mind. Go ahead.
No. I'm not getting that. What I'm getting is that he did this all for the photo op.
Gotcha.
Yes, he did it.
Oh, so he wasn't as tired.
He wasn't
where
as
were you-
tired.
We don't want to talk
As
about
he
it.
looked like he was.
Time
Oh,
out.
you're going
Time out.
drugs.
Where were you
No,
going?
no drugs.
I thought because
No,
baseball
no.
players, I know it's football, but greenies didn't.
No, we're not going
Did
there.
athletes do that?
No, we're not going there.
I don't think you're taking greenies after the game
Yeah.
anyway. That's a whole nother thing.
I
right
mean,
there.
he said he was reborn. That's the only way my brain
Okay,
thinks
your
someone's
brain
reborn.
thought wrong there. No, he was just jumping around crazy celebrating, and people kind of thought that he did the whole played up the angle that he was
wouldn't-
tired.
He wouldn't be the first to be accused of that.
Nothing wrong with that.
Kurt Schilling accused of
The bloody
fake
sock.
blood
There you
sock.
go.
Paul
Yeah.
Pierce,
Paul Pierce being wheeled off in
hate
the
that
back.
one.
Aaron Rodgers.
With the list is deep of guys
Remember
who
that one time
may
he,
or may not have.
Kellen, if you are out there, do not get mad at me. This is a source who told me this. I don't have any knowledge of my own.
Yeah, we will talk to Bryce Miller here shortly. Hey, Chris, did you see this story that popped up from Shams? He was apparently Maverick Carter, who's LeBron
I did
James'
see this.
business partner, business manager, has been enlisted as an advisor by a group of investors seeking to raise $5 billion to form an international basketball league that would serve as a rival to the NBA. Sources told ESPN, confirming a story first reported Thursday by Bloomberg. Now, I have a lot of questions, Chris, because how do you think Adam Silver's feeling about one of his guys, his
LeBron's agent,
his top guy
is doing this.
is trying to raise $5 billion to have create a
With a B?
I knew you weren't paying attention. Yes, with,
With
a
a
B.
B?
With a B. To create an international, basically NBA, to rival the NBA league.
He's probably not happy about it. I will tell you this. The NBA interest in the league is supposedly way down. Maybe you can make some cases that the ratings aren't 100% accurate because people are watching the game now differently and streaming and et cetera. But it seems like interest in the league is down. So this doesn't seem like great timing unless you're going to put a league together that has a bunch of different rules addressing what the NBA is not addressing. I don't think this is a great time for this. I will say that in the 70s, I'm sorry, Scraby, I have to do this, but the NBA was challenged by a league. The NBA was challenged by a league called the ABA.
Yes, it was.
And I know you know this.
Yes, it was.
They did the red, white, and blue basketball.
They did.
But you know what else the ABA invented? The three-point shot.
line. They sure did.
There was no three-point line in the NBA, but there was in the ABA.
And guess what happened?
And guess what? That's now the game.
The NBA absorbed it.
That is now the game.
Yeah.
So the ABA basically invented, the NBA's go-to thing right now. And the ABA also invented the dunk contest. The very first dunk contest was with Dr. J and people in the ABA and the NBA. So that's a good idea.
Was it Thomas? No,
David Thompson.
Thompson, yes.
Oh, yeah. Skywalker, they called him. He could get up there a little bit.
That's right. It
Yeah,
did start.
the ABA did that. So you know what? Rival leagues have their place.
Yeah,
you know they come up. Look in the NFL right now.
Tell me that the 3-point line in the dunk didn't necessarily, or excuse me, that helped the NBA once they absorbed
Quite
some
a bit.
of that. Yeah.
And I mean, look at the NFL right now. What was it? What was the league that invented the new kickoff rule? Was it the
was it XFL?
XFL or the other one, Scrape?
I think I think it was the XFL or the UFL.
It's one of them.
Yeah, one of them.
those
And I'll say one more. The American Football League, which was in the 60s, rivaling the NFL, they invented the two-point conversion. The NFL was so anti-two-point conversion that when they leagues merged, it took another 25 years before they put it in. I mean, they were if you had an 8-point lead, the game was over.
Right.
You
Couldn't
had
do
no
anything about
chance to go for two. But they finally, put that in. So, and the AFL was way more of a passing league back then. And now, of course, the whole NFL is a passing league. So rival leagues do have their place.
Yeah.
I just don't know if this is the right time for it.
Interesting, nonetheless. All right, Bryce Miller, seconds away from joining us. Just waiting to get the thumbs up. And now, joining us via Union Tribune, Bryce Miller on the line. Bryce, how are you, my friend?
Well, I was fine. I can't get my earbuds to work. So first of all, apologies if that causes any issues. And secondly, isn't that the old guy problem with technology moment?
Well, we deal with it.
Well, they
every
deal
day
with it with me every day.
No, Bryce, because
so
you know how to use your earbuds.
Do your earbuds get spaghetti on you, Bryce? You know what I mean? When the wires intertwine. That happens to me often.
I thought you meant food on you, and I go, what are you eating with your earbuds?
No. I mean, I'll try to pick up my earbuds after a commercial break, and they're all intertwined, and I can't get them separated.
I think he has wireless ones, Chris.
He's
they have this
smarter
thing
than I
called
am.
wireless earbuds.
Yeah, I don't have those yet. Don't have those for the show yet.
He's working his way towards
I'm
there,
working
Bryce.
my way, Bryce. I'm getting there.
Bryce,
exciting.
I want to start with San Diego FC. You wrote an article a couple days ago, really highlighting their first opportunity to get on the field together at the new facility. Tell us a little bit about what you saw that day.
Well, for me, that was the first time I'd seen the facility, the performance center. It's really impressive in person. It's got the kind of cool thing going for it in terms of aesthetics, but it's also just this really compartmentalized things. It's not just for San Diego. I mean, it's got workout, weight rooms, cafeteria, and without getting into the weeds on this Right to Dream program. There's only 4 of them in the world, I think, and San Diego has 1 in the U.S. It's in Ghana, Egypt, and Denmark. So by the end of the year, they're going to have players coming in as young as 12, and it's this integration thing between the two and building players from within. And they have to accommodate that too and take that into account. In fact, they've embraced it. That's a big part of what they're about and want to do. So you got that look at what the beginning stages look like and felt like, and that was impressive. But it's also time to connect with, the people in the front office, see the team on the field, get a sense for the access that was limited, but at the beginning of the workout that you could see how some of that's coming together. And there's a lot of interest in what the players and the style will be. I mean, Chucky Lozano from Mexico is an absolute superstar and played in a couple World Cups. He's won championships in multiple levels. And he'll be a huge draw, a cross-border draw for this club, and I think that will be a big benefit to them right out of the gate. But you saw a little slice of all of that.
Bryce Miller's with us, and of course we're pretty excited about this SDFC, and it's kind of coming back at us a little more quietly than I expected, Bryce. I'm sure it'll ramp up here in the next month or so because we're not that far away from the opening game. We did have the coach on a couple of weeks ago. Enjoyed chatting with him, and we asked him, how successful can they be in the inaugural season. And he was a little measured, in what he was predicting, and that's probably smart of him to do. But how successful will the league allow them to be as an expansion team? And then off the field, what are their expectations and what are yours? I'm sorry, I asked you 14 questions there. My bad.
You act like we haven't met, Chris. But no, Tyler Heaps, the sporting director of the club, essentially, if you're not into soccer, think of it as the AJ Preller of San Diego FC. He said they are building this with plans to compete right away, to get in the playoffs right away. on one hand, you got to feel like he means that, but on the other hand, just being pragmatic, what's he supposed to say? So there's a little of that baked in, but it's just so hard to know. You don't know what you have with any of these players beyond their resume and beyond what you see on tape. You don't know what they look like together. So how realistic is it that they could be that kind of club right out of the gate? We asked these same questions with Wave FC, and they immediately were in the playoffs, and they won the Shield last year, which is the best regular season team in the NWSL, and then the wheels fell off. I mean, so all those scenarios feel like they're possible, but the one thing that's for sure, they go into this with a lot of optimism.
Yeah, Tyler Leaps is the one tasked with putting this team together. And I think part of the reason I think that question is getting asked, as you just kind of alluded to, Bryce, is you saw the Wave come in their first year and have some success in their second year. And I think a lot of people felt like that helped, really bring the crowd and people supporting this team. Do you think it's the same for San Diego FC, or do you think they'll be given a little grace period here?
Well, I think that point's good, and it's true for everything. I mean, even, winning brings eyeballs and interest. And look at the Padres. I mean, there was a following in the city, no doubt. It kind of ramped up in importance after the Chargers left. But when it really became sellout after sellout after sellout is when you go out and get Manny Machado, when Fernando Tatis Jr. is here, when they're playing in the 2022 NLDS. So winning kind of colors all of that. And I don't feel like they'll be in a different boat except for this. I think one kind of differentiating factor is this cross-border influence potentially with Mexico.
Yeah.
A ton of, there are players starting with Chucky Lozano. Anybody across on the south side of that border, they know him. They know him well. They're not being introduced to him in this moment, not even close. And we saw what happened when the Mexican national team would come play at old Qualcomm Stadium. They'd sell it out, and there would be cars ditched on the side of the road because they couldn't get in, and people were walking in.
That's true.
So I think they have that, which is unique and, potentially substantial. But so for that reason, I think they'll be successful. But the winning is what's linked to the kind of long-term stability.
Bryce Miller is with us from the San Diego Union Tribune. And yes, soccer is around the corner. Also, baseball season's coming up, Bryce. And I imagine everybody's asking you the same question they ask us. Is Sasaki going to sign here? And nobody knows the answer. So, it's really a wait and see. But what Tony and I have been kind of surmising is that this is really one of the bigger decisions, coming down here for the Padre fans. I think Padre fans are giving it a bit of an all or nothing, whether they should or not. That's the sense I get, that if we get Sasaki, we're going to be good, and if we don't, we're going to be terrible. There's no in between right now.
Well, there is an in between, but even that being said, and I've said this for weeks, this could be a seminal moment for the Padres. It's absolutely a huge decision. It's not just his potential to be an ace caliber pitcher, even though that's big in and of itself, but it's his controllability. It's his affordability out of the gate. That's huge. We know in the last year, the club really shifted to being mindful of the money more than ever before because of the competitive balance tax and the penalties they were paying on that. And they hit the reset button on that in terms of penalties. The longer you go, the more consecutive years face those penalties, they increase. And so they were able to reset and at least get that piece of it under control. And we just went through arbitration, but you've still got Michael King that you're unclear where that heads in terms of money. Sasaki not only gives you exactly what you need, potentially, he gives you somebody that's affordable and controllable for a long time. So for all those reasons, it's just an absolutely huge decision. And the other thing, it kind of offsets to some degree everything going on with the Dodgers, who are now your biggest rival, and you can say that and mean it because competitively, Padres took them closer to the brink than any team in the playoffs last season. And it's just one of those things it would be hard to swallow the possibility of him saying no to San Diego and saying yes to the Dodgers.
It does feel like a huge decision coming down the pipeline. I think last year our experience during the offseason where the Dodgers signed who they signed, the Padres kind of added here and there. Next thing you know, the Padres were on the same playing field, regardless of what happened. I think you're right. The Sasaki signing would allow for at least the thought to feel like, okay, we're back on that same playing field, despite what they've done. Where if it's flipped, it feels.
This call will be recorded.
It feels like a.
Is that the same thing you heard on your iPhone? Remember that one time? Bryce, are you still there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you. We got you. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
It kind of feels like it's a landslide in the other direction. So you're 100% right. Do you have a sense on how the Padres feel after all of these meetings have taken place at this point?
Well, I think they have to feel it's kind of a mix of things, I would think. It's the one thing that's been clear in the last maybe 2 weeks is the Padres seem to be in better standing with Sasaki and his camp than maybe people would have thought out of the gate. I think so many people initially thought this was a Dodgers no-brainer, and it doesn't sound like that now. At the same time, I know the kind of fight, for the control person position and what that would mean, within the team and what that would mean or not mean to Sasaki and his people, that's hard to know. Maybe it's a factor. Maybe it's a complete non-factor. I could see either of those things being true. But it seems like they are better positioned than we initially thought.
Bryce Miller is our guest. And we're reading, Bryce, about we got the golf coming up here, the Farmers. And we're reading also that the Genesis Invitational, which is in the middle of February, is going to be moved because of what's happening in Los Angeles. And we certainly understand that. And apparently, you're hearing that Torrey Pines is a possibility. We could end up getting 2 tournaments here this year.
Yeah, I started working on this morning, and I was going to write something that they were a contender. I talked to Marty Gorsuch, who's the tournament director for the Farmers Insurance Open. And essentially what he told me earlier in the day is he hadn't been contacted, but he thinks they would be a possibility just because of the geographic location. So that was going to be what I wrote. So when I checked with the PGA, a spokesman there told me, hang on, we might have something to release. And just after 1 o'clock, they released that they are going to move the Genesis Open just because it's in Pacific Palisades, and we all know what that means.
Yeah.
And you just hope for the best for that region, but at the same time, they've got a plan, and they probably haven't had enough time to assess the feasibility of playing there. Riviera Country Club's on the eastern end of Pacific Palisades, kind of sandwiched with Santa Monica there, so they may not have gotten the brunt of it that region did, but still a lot to consider. So I talked to Marty Gorsuch and the one after the decision too, and he said, well, I still haven't gotten a call. And one of the things is this is just his gut feeling that, if we were really on a short list, I would think they would have gotten a hold of us. They said they're going to announce in the coming days, which seems to be a short timeline. But he said my phone could ring in 2 minutes, that kind of thing. You think about, in my address, talking to him about Pebble Beach and Phoenix, where the waste management event is a week earlier on the schedule than the tournament in Pacific Palisades. So there's a lot, and the logistics of it are numbing. LA, we all know they postponed some NBA games for a while, but they moved an NFL game to Arizona.
Yeah.
So it's so new to everybody. Everything's on the table, but the impact potentially on Torrey Pines, if they were to get a call, is really interesting.
Bryce, love catching up with you today. As always, love hearing from you. We'll catch up with you at some point down the line.
Okay, don't get any spaghetti on your earbuds.
That's for Chris.
We'll keep that in mind, Bryce Miller.
Thanks, Bryce.
Your Tribune. Don't get any spaghetti on those earbuds.
Something
there,
to take with me. That's
Yeah.
something to remember the rest of the day for sure.
For sure, indeed. All right, let's get to break. On the other side, a little daily gambit for all you gamblers out there. It's your segment. More Gwynn and Chris on the other side.
Chris Ello, Tony Gwynn Jr., Matt Scraby, Gwynn and Chris, kicking off hour number 2 here.
Kicking it off.
Thanks to Bryce Miller for the San Diego Union Tribune, especially for the knowledge. Do not get any spaghetti sauce on your earbuds. Thank you, Bryce. Taking that to heart. We kick off hour number 2. We got a daily Gambit coming your way. 30-mile zone coming up in this hour. We haven't done that in a little while. Some of the fun sports stories out there, or sports-related stories out there.
Yeah, there's a couple that aren't so fun today.
Has the, I think a 30-mile zone, I immediately picture Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift. Has that died down, or do we just don't care finally anymore? Because they show her up in the box every game, but I don't get the feeling there's as much anger towards it anymore.
No, it's...
Let me hear what Scraby has to say.
Well, I actually searching for 30-mile zone news, I saw a bunch of news about Travis proclaiming, and I believe him, that he's in the best relationship of his life right now, and he's absolutely in love.
So to answer your question, nothing has changed.
Right.
People have just stopped being weirdos and
that's
paying too much attention to it.
Right.
They're still together.
No, I knew they were still together.
Yeah.
My point is that nobody seems to react anymore.
No.
Every time they showed her on camera last season, it was like, oh my God, get her out of there.
I do
Taylor
think
Swift is on the TV again.
I do think that's still
I almost
out there,
called her
but
Tyler Swift.
I don't hear it. Tyler Swift.
Taylor Swift.
Yeah.
Good.
I mean,
Yeah.
she's a billionaire now.
Okay.
Who cares?
One quick
That's
NFL
kinda
note. One quick NFL note that just came down, and this is not good news for those who are hoping the Texans can oust Travis Kelce's Chiefs on Saturday. Running back Joe Mixon has been listed as questionable with an ankle injury.
What's interesting is he saw somebody had film of their practice, and he was limping. I don't think he participated in practice yesterday.
Yeah, so Mixon had 106 yards last week against the Chargers. Of course, Dameon Pierce is his backup, and Pierce had that, a 92-yard run in
He did, yes.
Week 17 or Week 18 against the Titans. So and it doesn't mean that Mixon won't play. It's just that they have listed him as questionable, and you would think the Texans would need everything they have to upset the Chiefs on Saturday. All right, NFL pick segment a little bit later as well. And right now, winners, losers, daily Gambit, plus an apology coming from me.
Do you like money?
I think about money a lot.
Do you like money without doing anything?
Winning.
Do you want to make money while watching sports?
I think Washington is immortal luck.
Washington! Woohoo! If you answered yes, this is your segment. Just don't blame us when you lose.
Well, nothing is ever your fault.
It's your game. Take it.
Gwynn and Chris go through the top bets of the day in The Daily Gambit on 97.3 The Fan.
Daily Gambit is our daily sports betting segment here on Gwynn and Chris. Please, everybody, gamble responsibly. We have some bets to review, and then I want to tell you something about the Cowboys head coaching odds. And then Chris has some bets for us. But first, the Heat were at the Lakers last night, over-under on the total score, 215 points. Tony and I went under, Chris went over, and Chris wins. Lakers win 117-108 for a total of 225. Jason Tatum at the Raptors. Who had more points, him or Zach LaVine? You guys chose Zach LaVine. I chose Tatum. And both of them had a really
it was a dud,
lackluster night for their standards, but Jason Tatum had 16. Zach LaVine had 15. Then Steph Curry, how many 3-points, or who made more 3-pointers? Steph Curry or Anthony Edwards? Chris chose Ant-Man. Tony and I chose Steph Curry. Steph had 7 threes, and then you had a -1, so technically 6 in the bet. Ant-Man had 4, though. So, I mean, it was closer than I thought.
They both showed up.
Yeah, they did.
Steph got one at the end there to kind of put the...
No, he did.
Night-night there.
The night-night. We're going to talk about Steph in the Big Five because he has a message for all you Twitter haters out there.
Twitter fingers.
Twitter fingers, yes. Cal at North Carolina yesterday, -15. North Carolina 15-point favorite. Chris and I chose Carolina. Tony chose Cal. Carolina won by 26 points. 79-53.
Yeah, keep flying across country.
Nice.
Cal.
You lost the bet.
You got the math right, though.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, he's just happy that you got a math problem right
I did.
for a change.
Didn't even use a calculator for that one.
Good.
Stanford at Wake Forest. Wake Forest 6-point favorites. We all took Wake Forest.
What is going on?
Oh wait, I have that backwards. Wake Forest won 80-67, so we win that bet as
we
well.
all won that, and both Cal and Stanford got whooped, as
Yes.
I expected, flying so far.
Taylor Fritz
Dummies.
over under 31.5 games against someone.
Yeah.
Chris, Tony, and I went
doesn't really
under.
matter who played.
He won 6-2, 6-1, 6-0.
someone.
So 8 plus 7 is 15 plus 6 is 21. So not even close.
He was way under. And I owe an apology to San Diego's own Taylor Fritz. I'm glad you brought
I
him
don't
up.
think you should.
Sorry?
I don't think you should apologize.
Oh, I have to. I yesterday said that I heard that he isn't always the greatest guy. And that's, again, hearsay to a certain extent. But I think people hear that and they go, oh, Taylor Fritz isn't a good guy. Well, Taylor Fritz answered whatever I said yesterday by pledging all of his winnings from this year's Australian Open to help the LA fire victims. So that's a pretty solid thing to do for Taylor Fritz. And it
Yeah.
certainly doesn't make him look like a bad guy, does it?
Nope, does not.
So I want to get that in for you, Taylor. Very nice thing that he's doing there.
That is a nice thing.
Especially since he figures to go at least to like the semifinals or beyond. He's playing really, really well right now. So.
Good apology, Chris.
You're welcome.
The next thing I need to
Thank you for your
I didn't know where to go with that. The odds for the Cowboys head coach. Deion Sanders is the favorite now. But there are some crazy names on this odds list. Like Troy Aikman's on the odds list.
Nah.
Where's Witten at?
Witten is let's see. Ben Johnson is next, or he's plus 450. He goes Deion, Robert Saleh, Kellen Moore, Ben Johnson, Cliff Kingsbury, Joe Brady, and then Witten.
Is he not even on there?
I don't see odds.
That's
for
my pick for the
him.
Dallas Cowboys.
Oh, it's the long shot plus 10,000.
Take it.
Take Witten for
Take
the
Witten.
10th out.
Really? I think he's going to be the coach.
I mean, if you're right, that's a great call.
Tony's got some insight, maybe. You never know.
No insight.
Talking to Jerry?
I did hear that Kellen Moore was asked that they asked for permission to meet with him today.
I don't
know what the draw is for Kellen Moore.
I don't either.
I thought he was a lousy offensive coordinator for the Cowboys. I don't think he's done any better now, even though he's got a great team.
The draw is that Jerry could control him. That is the draw.
There you go.
He won't have to worry about Kellen pushing back.
That's a good
He
point.
wants the job. Come on, take the job. But, little puppet master.
We're doing like marionette stuff right now.
All right. Very good, Scrape.
All right, thanks.
All right. For the week, Tony's 8-4. Very good. Scraby and I are both 9-9, which is holding our own, as you can tell. Tonight, we got a second matchup in as many weeks.
Yes.
Between Cleveland
This
and
was a good
Oklahoma
one.
City in the NBA. The two top teams met last week in Cleveland. It was a great game.
This one's in OKC, right?
This one's in OKC. Last week, they exchanged leads 21 times before Cleveland won
Good
tonight.
game right there.
Yes, it was. OKC -2 tonight. Scraby, you go first today.
OKC -2.
At home against Cleveland.
I'm a Shea Gilgeous.
This is for you.
There's certain things that have to be done on this show. When we mention Cleveland, that's it. And then when Chris mentions that, and then Chris mentions ESPN Plus that he paid for it. Those are the two things. I'm gonna go. I love Shea Gilgeous-Alexander. I'm gonna go OKC.
I'm going to go with them as well. I don't see Cleveland sweeping them this year. So at OKC,
They just got to lose by one. So give me
Correct.
Cleveland.
You're going to take Cleveland. You got them.
This is for you.
Clippers are playing well, and for proof of that, did anyone see the score of their game last night against the Brooklyn Nets?
Put it on them.
Let's see if Scraby can add this. 126-67.
Oh gosh, it's 193.
No, how many points did they win by?
Oh.
You have to do a subtraction problem.
Okay, hold on. 126 minus 67
to 67. So they won by.
Minus
oh my God.
67. 130 minus 70 is 60.
Wow.
Plus.
This is what you're doing for this?
464. I can't do it.
What is the number? 137?
No, 126 to 67.
Can I?
So how many did they win by? Scraby can't even do it.
Got it. Go.
Scraby's got no chance at it.
Carry the 1.
Oh, my
9.
God.
Remember, we got to be out of here in like a minute and 30.
Yeah, you want to break on time.
59 points?
Yeah!
Hey! You came up with it. It was right.
Took
59.
me a while.
It's all right.
Tonight, the Clippers are favored by 7 at Portland. Portland's having a terrible season, from what I can tell. But, I mean, is a team going to win by... Yeah, I'll take the Clippers. They got to be feeling pretty good.
Well,
where would they be if they had Kawhi Leonard?
Well, Kawhi played last night.
Oh, he did?
He had 23.
Oh, good. All right.
Well, he played tonight. This is back-to-backs because they played last
Fair
night.
point,
So
yeah.
I don't know if he'll play tonight, but...
Who you taking?
I'll take the Clippers.
Clippers also. Scrabe, a sweep, or are you going to try Portland here?
What was the spread? I was so
7.
impressed with my
It's
math.
at Portland.
I'm going to do... I don't know anything about the Trailblazers.
They're bad.
Clippers.
In the OKC Cleveland game, back to that one. SGA minus 12 points against Donovan Mitchell.
Minus
Tony.
12.
Yeah, so Donovan Mitchell's got to stay within 12.
Of who?
SGA.
Oh, wait. So SGA can have 12 more points than him? Or 11 more?
SGA scores 40, then he really gets 28. And then it's
spread.
Then it's Mitchell. His points.
Give me Mitchell.
Mitchell. Scraby?
12 points seems like a ton.
That's a ton. That's
I'm going to go with
much.
Donovan Mitchell,
That's
too.
way too much, I think.
I think I'll take Mitchell. But last week in the matchup, SGA beat Mitchell by, I think, 20 or 25 points. So, but Mitchell's one of those guys, when he gets on a roll, man, he can score 45, but he also gets a bunch of 10s. SGA always scores over 30. Domantas Sabonis is in the Daily Gambit today for a couple of reasons. His points, rebounds, assists is 38.5. If you don't know who he is, he plays center for Sacramento. And the reason I'm bringing
was Arvidas.
Yeah, right. His dad was Arvidas. But here's why I'm bringing him up. He's a center. He leads the NBA in three-point shooting percentage. 47%. And he's a center.
He's not chucking them up there either. Though,
Not
like
as many, but still. He's got enough to qualify, Tony.
Yeah, that's true.
He's
That's
qualified for the lead. Scraby, as he go 38.5 points, rebounds, assists tonight. And
Sure,
I
why
didn't see
not?
who they're
Over.
playing. Just going to take a guess.
Yep.
He's a 2020 guy. I'll say over. Tony?
Over.
Over. Okay, little college basketball locally. And I know we got to run UCSD minus 15 at Long Beach State. UCSD is 14-3 this year. Having a great season. Long Beach State's 7-10. I think I'm first. I'll take the... Well, that's hard on the road to win by that. I'm going to have to take Long Beach State. Sorry, guys. Tony, 15's too much on the road, I think.
Yeah, give me the Niners / Dirtbags, whatever.
The Dirtbags?
Yeah.
Scrabe, you have faith in the Tritons?
I do, but not for 15 points.
Not enough. We're all agreeing again. Wow. And then finally, Washington State is here tonight. 12.5-point favorite at USD. Toreros are 4-14. But they did play Gonzaga fairly close last week.
They did.
They're home tonight. Tony, what do you think? 12.5.
Give me Washington State.
You don't pick USD very often.
No, I don't.
Scraby?
Cougs.
All right, we can't just agree on everything. I'll have to take...
You don't have to do anything.
Yeah, I'm going to, though. Steve Lavin, come on. Keep it within 12.5. All right, thank you very much, guys. That's our Daily Gambit. When we come back...
Are we sure? Do you sure we don't want to squeeze a few more minutes out of this? I think we.
Now do we have to go 5 more minutes?
Okay, we're going to break and we're going to talk about this for the 100th time.
We just missed it by like 30 seconds. Relax.
We did not, actually. We missed it by 2.5 minutes.
What do you want me to do?
Okay, we're going to break.
From the 855, get rocked.
3:20 on the clock. Tony Gwynn Jr., Chris Ello, the lonely guy, Matt Scraby over there.
We haven't addressed that yet.
We
today,
haven't. We're saving it. We'll get into it a little bit later.
Nothing to address.
Oh, there's definitely something to address.
Well, there's an addendum to the story.
There's the aftermath of yesterday's
There's an addendum
segment,
to yesterday's story.
My point, 100%.
It doesn't.
It
does
You
make the
just think
story
it does.
funnier, though, for sure.
It does prove my point, though.
We haven't talked golf in quite some time
Okay.
on this show, and for good reason. Really, the breakup of of golf as we knew it.
I know. Come on.
It has been a slow burn, but it has slowly kind of went away. And it all came at the wrong time, right?
Well, first of all, we should say that from October to early January, they're really kind of off. So they're out of mind for 3 months. But
to be fair, before those
I
months,
know this
we weren't talking about
this whole live thing. I mean, golf is just. I don't want to say cannibalizing itself. Is that the right term?
I think it is.
They're blowing
at least that has been kind of the case here.
Yeah, I think so.
Both sides would seem to be better together. They don't see it that way as of yet.
Not even close, are they? I mean, is there any even conversation of them coming to?
It's been like a 2-year, 3-year conversation.
John Rahm said earlier this week that he thought when he signed with Liv that they were closer to an agreement than they actually were, and he's still waiting for that to happen. He thought they were going to be able to rejoin forces. He could get his cool $600 million. And then come back to the
have
PGA
his
Tour.
Cake and eat it too.
Yeah, it's not happening that way.
So that's why he did it in the first place.
Yeah.
We're thinking.
He said in his press conference there was a framework in place that I was told about when I signed my contract. So I thought things were going to get better.
My guess is he's not the only one who felt like that when they made the deal. When they made the move that there's no way this would last this long. But here we are, and at this point, signs aren't pointing to that happening anytime soon. Liv has gone on out, and they did this last year with CW, but let's be real. CW, nobody's really checking for CW that much.
No.
I did come across it a few times, and I made one of those executive decisions to not care.
I
but
tried
the other
to watch
part of it, there was no one on the course. Did anybody ever even know about these tournaments?
Yeah.
They were drawing like 10. They were drawing like flies. I mean, it looked like a college tournament. When
it
you
depends on
in.
where you are on the course because they all play at the same time. It's not like they tee off one after the other. They all shotgun start.
But to Chris's point, it wasn't as though like it was easy to find or,
You mean the TV?
I mean,
it wasn't easy to find, but I always thought the crowd stunk.
I'm talking about the tournaments themselves, like when they were going to come on. That wasn't always like the easiest to find.
No, and that some of them were even tape delayed.
Right, which is something that sports have to do at a certain time. NBA used to be TV delayed. I say all that to say this: those two sides don't seem to be any closer because Liv has just inked a new deal with Fox Sports. That's a much bigger deal than signing with CW. Now, they can make a case that they can start to really threaten the PGA Tour a little bit, right? Because now you have the type of network that has some reach a little bit.
They got some legs now.
Now, Scraby, you've read this in further detail.
Yes. No one's really sure who paid who. Did Liv pay Fox to buy time, or did Fox pay Liv?
This is like, did the Milwaukee Braves pay Bob Uecker, or did Bob Uecker pay the Milwaukee Braves?
Both, maybe.
Yeah, right.
But yeah, a lot of the sources in the industry think that Fox paid Liv. But here's the thing. Not many people like the format of Liv, which is shotgun start, team format, music all over the golf course, which bleeds over to TV, and John Rahm hates that too. And the coverage, Fox definitely knows what they're doing. They've done some U.S. Opens before, but the coverage is where it was different. Because I watched the CW stuff, and it was like a college TV station putting together a golf tournament. It was nowhere near the professional golf that we see, and it made me appreciate how well CBS does it because it's not easy going all over the course. But yeah, so this is a big deal, though.
The funny thing about that, Chris, is those are the type of things you don't notice until you're watching it. Until you're watching a lesser version, right?
Good point.
I don't think it probably dawned on people, how neat and professional CBS's coverage is of it. I think it's just we've just come to know that's what the coverage looks like.
Jim Nantz also helps.
But that's the point. You're getting you're getting a Jim Nantz. You're getting a piano.
Whoops,
that's not the wrong piano.
Sorry.
Tony just won the Fantabulous Game Show again.
No. I just got shit down my spine.
But to your point, Scraby, you don't realize those things until you start having to watch a little bit less. I'll give you an example, and this is no knock, because, my oldest daughter's going through her recruiting process. She's watching some of the teams over the course of the year, right? And that's on ESPN+. For those games, they're pretty much getting on most of them. Maybe in the ACC they get some guys and gals who've done some professional games, but for the most part, they're students that are getting on there and learning. And you can 100% tell the difference when there's a student doing the game versus someone who's got a few games under their belt. And so this is, I would say, a good step for LIV in terms of if they are really trying to close the gap on what the PGA is doing, at least getting on this network where they can be seen is got to be a positive.
I also think that LIV is picking up all of the production costs. So Fox doesn't have to pay for cameramen and logistics and moving all the equipment. So that helps Fox too.
This seems like it is as nice as it is to move this network. This seems like this is still some patchwork happening with this whole deal.
Sort of, but Fox knows what they're doing. They've done golf. They did a bunch of U.S. Opens. They had who was it? It wasn't Joe Buck. Was it Joe? It was Joe Buck. Joe Buck was on the call for golf with.
Right now he's
not John Smoltz. I wanted to say John Smoltz.
John Smoltz doing golf.
I can't remember who was with him. Brad Faxon, maybe. I don't know. But
they got to do something still. I mean, this is nice for LIV. But not for the casual golf fan. I'm sorry. You cannot tell me that the Farmers Insurance, just our tournament, wouldn't be a little better with, I should say, Bryson DeChambeau, Dustin Johnson, Brooks Koepka, Mickelson, John Rahm.
Yeah.
I mean, these are big names.
The only one
that are getting taken out of every tournament. You're going to say they're not in contention.
No.
It doesn't matter. These are people we tune in for.
They got exemptions, those guys, right?
Well, no. John Rahm's really the only one that consistently plays in the tournament. Dustin Johnson's always over in Dubai. So it's Farmers Insurance Open has a bad spot because there's big tournaments around the world that are happening. That's why Rory McIlroy's in Dubai right now.
But these guys can't play in it.
Correct.
So just the fact that they're not even eligible is crappy for golf.
And Phil Mickelson has never had a good time at Torrey Pines for some reason. Never.
I wouldn't say never. I used to watch him when he was 17 years old. He won a lot of those tournaments back then.
That is true.
Like.
We are going to get to break right now. When we come back, the 30-mile zone, TMC's version, not TMC, TMZ's version. When we return, more with Chris.
Ben and Woods.
Jr., Matt Scraby. Included in today's 30-mile zone is a little bit of perhaps news. This is why we're putting it in the 30-mile zone, because it's perhaps news.
Yes.
About Roki Sasaki.
That's a great way to put it. Perhaps news.
Perhaps. It's about Roki Sasaki. It's coming up after we check some traffic.
I told you traffic wasn't ready yet.
I didn't hear you.
You don't listen to anything, literally.
My wife says the same thing.
Well, then start listening.
I can't hear that well when she's walking out of the room and projecting into another room that I'm not in.
Now, that's a true fact.
I get that all the time.
I get that, too.
She walks out of the room and then starts talking.
and continues to walk away.
Keeps on walking further away. Why not finish what you had to say and then leave the room?
I definitely agree with that.
I'd have a fighting chance.
Now, what about when I tell you before we come back that traffic isn't ready? I'm talking to you.
Well, I'm focused on what I'm going to say.
That is not true.
I'm I'm a master of my craft, and I have to.
He's getting his words together.
Got to be ready to go.
Give him a break.
Thank you. All right, well then let's just go right to.
I can't find the open.
Wait, what?
Did you tell me that before the break? Also,
no, I did not. I did not.
He missed that
and
part.
Guess what, everybody? Chris ate a kind bar, which he knows he can't eat in the studio. I'm getting kind of mad over here. It's like dealing with toddlers.
Toddlers.
Hey, Chris, know if you eat that kind bar, you're going to cough. Crumb.
That was funny from my perspective because both of you guys did something that each of you had to speak on. He couldn't wait to tell everybody you were eating in the break. And then he was telling you about how you weren't listening to him. And then the one thing that he needs to get going in this segment, he can't find it.
That's right.
Found it.
There it is.
It's a typical moment of Gwynn and Chris for you.
If you don't know your sports gossip, can you really call yourself a sports fan? It's time to bring together sports and celebrity gossip. We call it the 30-mile zone, mainly so we don't get sued by the real company. On 97.3 The Fan.
All right, we got a lot of 30-mile zone topics, and if traffic gets ready at some point, we will play it for you during the 30-mile zone. So stick with us. But the first story that we're going to talk about is something that we just learned about in the break. And so I went to the Twitter page of Sponichi Hanbai, which is apparently a newspaper over in Japan, and they put up a post of Roki Sasaki. And I had the post translated by Twitter into English. And here's what it said. It has been reported in today's Tokyo edition, dated the 17th, that Roki Sasaki, who is aiming to transfer to the majors from Lotte via the posting system, will decide on his transfer destination on the 16th, 17th Japan time. So basically what this is saying, apparently he's making his decision today, according to this newspaper.
There's one thing you can, I think, come up with if you're thinking along those lines. There's the time difference, right?
Right.
Does he want to make his announcement at a middle of the day in the U.S., or does he want to make it in 10 a.m., 11 a.m. in Japan, where his home country? Well, right now it's 8:30 in the morning in Japan. So if this report is accurate, and we don't know, then I would think in the next 2 or 3 hours, probably want to make his announcement before noon Japan time. So maybe we will get an announcement in the next 2.5 hours, but this is why we said it's perhaps news. Because we don't know for sure.
Let's read further into this.
We
tweet.
know that Roki. Okay, well, there's if we really want to get into this part of it, on the cover where the picture is, above Roki's head is the Dodgers logo.
Yeah, you didn't need to tell us that. Now
I'm
we're all going to be driving
all
around
the facts here.
You're going to be driving around with knots in our stomachs for the next 3 hours.
Guess what? I don't believe this newspaper at all because Roki Sasaki has a terrible relationship with the media because they hounded him so much. There's zero chance he's giving these guys the scoop.
I love how we're just plugging things together right now.
That's how it goes.
This is great.
Yeah.
And we're probably just nowhere close.
They're dead wrong.
Remember the name of this segment, 30-Mile Zone. There's a lot of hearsay.
Yes, it is a lot of hearsay.
Well, I just don't want people to take it too much to heart and get all.
This is being,
this
is being presented as like a tabloid story because we don't know the truth of it at all.
But I think it makes some sense if you're looking at a time frame. It doesn't mean today, but I think a time frame of him making the announcement some afternoon U.S. time because that's the morning time in Japan.
Yes,
it does make sense that he would do that.
Believe us. When he makes that decision, if we're on the air, we're stopping everything for it. So, if it goes our way.
It's got to go
if it goes our way.
All
right, traffic is ready. More 30-mile zone on the other side.
From the 855 Get Ross Traffic Center, protecting San Diego after accidents or injury, here's Kelly Danick.
A couple of problems in the South Bay. 8th Street on-ramp to northbound 5, a collision. Also on the 8th Street off-ramp, southbound 805, a crash. And here we go with the brush fires again. Gwynn Oaks Valley Road on-ramp to westbound 78. That's over the right shoulder. I'm Kelly Danick with Gwynn and Chris, San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fact.
All right, back to 30-mile zone. And we're going to talk about LeBron James here real quick because LeBron James addressed the fires for the first time and the mental toll that's been taking on him. I guess that LeBron did have to evacuate their home last week. And he said this: I have a couple of dear friends that have lost their homes in the Palisades. Obviously, my heart goes out to all the families all across not only the Palisades, but LA County and all the surrounding areas because of the fire. It's been a lot of emotions, kind of been off. Personally, I've been off. I've just been completely off for obvious reasons, but hopefully things are contained or continue to be contained. And hopefully at some point we can start to push forward and move forward and put it behind us and rebuild our city, rebuild this beautiful city. We've talked about it, but we really don't know how hard this has been for the sports teams of LA, if we're just talking about that aspect.
Well, you know why we haven't talked about it? Why? Because I think that, and I don't mean this in a mean way. I don't mean it in a bad way. I'm only speaking on what it seems like the perspective is of everybody else. All those athletes in people in non-athletes' mind have the money to rebuild,
right?
And so they don't care.
They have to be careful with what they say
100%.
because people are gonna say, you don't really know what we're going through because you're not living in our shoes.
Or just straight up who cares? You got the money to rebuild it,
right?
And so I think that's probably why you see people reluctant to speak on it. And the way that LeBron spoke about it was more of a all of us type deal. So I think it's easier to stomach. I think that's why you don't hear a lot of athletes right now speaking on it. But I'm positive that if their family or any of our families are getting evacuated, regardless of what we're doing, it probably knocks you off your center for a little bit.
I honestly think some celebrities saw some of the other celebrities putting stuff out and saw the backlash and
was like, nah, I'm not saying nothing.
Like I keep bringing up Paris Hilton. It's not her fault, but people did not like her post, which she has every right to post that. But it's the way the public is reacting right now.
Right. I think that's I'm actually, in LeBron's case, he's forced to talk about it, right? It's after the game. If he gave a no comment there, that looked crazy. But I think that's most likely why we're not hearing more of that.
Matthew Stafford came out after the Monday night game and said something to the effect of, we were playing for a lot more than just us tonight. I don't think it rang hollow. I thought it was a very, touching thing for him to say that the people of the LA were on their minds. But I know what Scraby's saying. I think a lot of people looked at that and said, "Get out of here! You're not affected like we were affected."
Right.
So Matthew Stafford was taking a bit of a risk by saying that.
Yes, he was.
I think that's also why part of the reason why you move a game out of the city, even though that particular part is available, right? I think that's the court to give some people some joy. I don't know that the public that was dealing with it or that was watching was quite ready for it yet. I thought the Lakers played their first home game a couple nights or two nights ago after the fires. That was probably the right time to allow a game to be played. Too early, may have been too soon.
Yeah. Well, we'll continue to be talking about this because it's going to be a story for a very long time.
Yeah.
Now to something that's kind of fun. We talked about pranksters yesterday. Caleb Williams was pranked by a bunch of kids. And here's what happened. He got a text. And this is what the text read. "Hey, Caleb, this is Ben Johnson. Just wanted to reach out ahead of time before it gets released to the media. I will be taking the head coaching job. Very excited to work with you in the future. Great things." Caleb apparently responded with, "Actually, ? Ben?" And the kids texted back, "Yes, I wanted you to be the first to know. We will talk more as this season winds down."
How do they do that?
Diabolical.
How do they
find
do
his
that?
They find his number and they just text him.
No, but they make it from text.
Yeah. He doesn't have Ben
I was thinking
Johnson's
tweet.
number.
My bad.
No.
My bad.
So Caleb says, "Okay, cool, sounds good. I'm definitely excited for the future. Let's get this bleep going and turn it around and do what hasn't been done in years. In the meantime, bleeping go kill. We'll talk soon." Well, the FaceTime that came through next to kind of talk to Ben Johnson ended up just being on the other side of a bunch of kids. So Caleb Williams has changed his phone number. He is taking it in stride. He said it was a classic prank. He's got to give him props. He wasn't really locked in at the moment, and he's had the same number for the past 15 years. Not anymore.
Not anymore.
Not anymore.
I got to say that pranks have they've graduated to much more involved than when I was a kid. Somebody would have called Caleb Williams and said, "Hey, is your refrigerator running?"
Right. We would have.
That was about the best we had. we didn't bring anything more than that to the table.
We weren't as creative.
No, we were not any better than that. So.
But I think they actually know what a GM would sound like or a coach would sound like because there's so much more access.
Yeah.
We wouldn't have known. We didn't have any idea what Ben Johnson was saying behind closed doors.
Yeah.
Now we know. We know how he talks.
Here's a little piece of the actual FaceTime call from these kids. He's calling right now. There it is.
Hey, Caleb, it's me, Ben Johnson.
Come to the Dolphins, bro.
No, shut up. Hey, you're a great QB, but I'm so glad that you're gonna get a new head coach. I don't know if it's Ben Johnson, but I'm sorry about this.
He said all good, and then he kind of hangs up. But you can tell
it took him
for
a moment
second.
to say all good.
Well, yeah, because it's not all good.
No.
It's not.
I guarantee you, in that process, he's like, he wants to lose his, you know what?
Yeah.
But he knows he's probably being recorded. I gotta play this cool, or this
other
phone call's gonna end up viral, and then I'm gonna look even stupider.
The other part of it that's got to be troubling is, how did kids end up with his phone number?
Right.
I mean, that's got to be. That always troubles you.
I know there's ways
there might
to find
be, but it's still troubling.
That's still troubling.
You don't like it,
especially with all these burglaries happening now. It's just like all of it.
That is, yeah.
This is, and listen, Caleb, God bless him, because he handled that well. I know, including myself, I would have been furious if someone was calling, even if it was a prank, because of the temperature of how things are right now.
Yeah.
You can get my number. I mean, what else can you get at that point?
Your address, your social security number, anything really. But hey, kudos. You know what? I gave Caleb Williams a hard time after he cried in the stands at USC.
And you've been on him ever since.
Ever since.
I've not been on him. I wanted to see how he handled this year as a professional.
You've been rooting against him ever since.
And you have too, Chris. And
so you're admitting you have.
I wasn't rooting against him. I wanted to see if I was right about his maturity level, and I was wrong. He handled this season much better than I could have ever imagined. And Tony just mouthed to me, "I told you."
Well, one thing that he got a break on is the fact that Matt Eberflus was so bad that it overshadowed anything Caleb Williams could have or did do.
Yeah, that's
because
true.
everything that Caleb Williams, did poorly was probably correctly blamed on Matt Eberflus.
His numbers are actually comparable to your boy Bo Nix for the season. It just they were on two completely different teams. One was well coached, the other had Matt Eberflus. Right?
Usually the story. All right, this next story is about the Super Bowl, and you guys, we talked about this in the commercial break yesterday. I said, how ironic is it that the Rams moved to play their game in State Farm Stadium when State Farm has canceled policies on people in California? Well, guess what, guys? State Farm is not going to be running any commercials during the Super Bowl this year. They say that it says State Farm agents and our employees are all focused on helping customers impacted by the Southern California wildfires. We are proud to report that our customer contact is at 90%. Blah, 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 blah.
Could you please hit the round of applause button for me?
The round of applause.
I want to shout out State Farm for reading the room.
Yeah.
This is a great example of a business that is under a lot of, and no pun intended, pressure. Let's still use the word pressure. They're under a lot of pressure right now for their behavior and how they're handling some of these fires and these house insurance. If they would have ran a however much expensive commercial over the Super Bowl, it would have been the most lack of feel displayed in a long time, I think.
Now, can they play the Bundle Rooski commercial with Andy Reid? Bundle Rooski.
If I were him, I would stay up out of all of that for now.
I feel like all these insurance companies are feeling pressure because State Farm has announced yesterday that they're going to offer renewals to residential policyholders impacted by the fires that were previously going to be dropped. So they're trying to right a wrong.
Which I like that, right and wrong, but it further kind of pours cold water on the idea that they were trying to explain us that they just can't afford to do it. Well, you're doing it now.
Yeah, you are.
So there's that.
You're doing it now when you're forced into it by public pressure.
Way to read the room.
Yes. All right, last one for me, and it's about The Rock. Now, The Rock has recently said he wants everybody to learn a very important lesson, and he said that don't wait too long when it comes to squashing beef with your parents. And he said that, he didn't have the best relationship with his dad, and when his dad passed away, they weren't in a good place. And Dwayne said he woke up yesterday feeling weird and realized it's because he'd never get a chance to make things right with his dad. It's still bothering him, so he wanted everybody to know, don't let this stuff get in between you and your family. So that's my last one right there.
It's a valuable information.
Yep.
You don't know how long.
And how many of us get into these, I'm not talking to my parents situations for years.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I think too many of us fall into that. And, take it from me. You can lose a parent way before you expect to. And living with that, well, at least with The Rock, Dwayne Johnson is having to live with, that can't be easy.
No. I hate to say it this way, but I do sometimes think about your dad and you, and because we've talked about it before. Yeah. And when I get frustrated with my dad, or if I'm like, Dad, the app, that button, I think, you know what, this is better than him not being here.
That's I try to tell all the people who I'm close with, who may be having a little issue with tiff with their parents. It ain't worth it.
Yeah, bite the bullet. Bite the bullet.
If you love Mediterranean food, try Spiro's for authentic Mediterranean cuisine in Coronado or La Jolla. For dining or takeout options, visit spiroscuisine.com. Thank you, everybody. That was the 30-mile zone for today.
Well
Very
done.
Nice. Very
well
nice,
done,
sir.
Mr. Scrabe.
Thank you.
Good
you guys
job.
got any ancillary stories? Is that the right word usage?
Ancillary's not bad.
Okay.
Sure. No, it's pretty good for you.
Ancillary.
It's good for you.
I guess Pitt and Florida State got into the coach got into an argument with the other coach because Florida State was up by 10, and then at the end of the game with 2 seconds left, they decided Florida State was going to dunk the ball to go up 12. So the coach took offense to that whole thing.
Speaking of dunks, last night, John Morant, the dunk that never was, over Wembayama. Was this overblown, Tony?
We need to debate this because I have a question for everybody.
All right.
If you watch that dunk, John Morant actually never touches the rim. He just kind of threw it in
the ball right into the.
Can that be considered a dunk?
Let me see what the definition of dunk is.
Yeah, get us the actual. I don't know. We've seen these dunks for a while. I mean, I think Dwight Howard had one in a dunk contest. But I don't know if throwing the ball in the hoop is a dunk. Give it to me. What's the exact definition?
I thought maybe you had to grab the rim, but the definition of a dunk in basketball is a score by shooting the ball down through the basket with the hands above the rim.
So I mean,
that's
if you're
a dunk
throwing
then.
it in there, you got to be above the rim.
But I'm with you. I mean, a dunk means you're grabbing the rim. You might be hanging on the rim, something like that.
It's better for the aesthetics, for sure.
Here's a good question. Did he lose the ball, or did he have control and he just threw the ball in?
Well, he dunked on Wembayama. Wembayama.
Yes.
But Wembayama did kind of a bit of a half-hearted attempt because the whistle had blown a second or two earlier. And then Ja followed through with the play, drove in, and threw down this hellacious dunk. Wembayama kind of made a half-hearted attempt to block it. And people were talking last night like, he posterized him. This is the greatest thing ever.
First of all, you can't be posterized unless the play actually counts.
It didn't really count, yeah. It was much to do about nothing, if you ask me.
Kyle says, that's a dunk. I don't think you can call it an aggressive layup.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Is it me? No, it's Chris.
All right. Yeah, if you want to see the dunk, I'm sure it's out there, but I didn't think much of it. A lot was made of it, however. Chris vs. the Fans is coming up next, also in the next hour. You want to do our picks or save them till the 5 o'clock hour?
Let's save the picks for the 5 o'clock hour.
All right, Chris vs. the Fans, though. We're not saving that. It's coming up, 833-288-0973. Play ball.
Whoops.
There's a Roadrunner. Meet me. He doesn't like me. I guess I wouldn't like me either if I was chasing me.
As you can see, I'm all Aztec'd out here at the Aztec Baseball Tournament. It's the SDSU Baseball Alumni Tournament. Right now, we are 1 under in the scramble. And Chris is playing well, Tony's playing well. But our ringer, Jack Townsend, is playing really well. So Chris says I can't play golf, but this is the second birdie putt he's made for us. This time it was 20 feet.
Thank you very much, Scraby. But once again, you're hitting some very nice shots as well. I'm not usually complimentary to you, but I can't help but be complimentary. Your shot making today.
With my what?
Your shot making. You hit some.
We are league 10 now, and it's getting really windy. It's actually kind of cold. I'm not gonna lie, I know we're in San Diego, but we're 3 under as a group. We just got off a birdie, and I just hit my defense. There's a squirrel. He wants to attack me. Squirrely! We just got our second birdie of the day thanks to this guy.
Yeah, a 4-footer after.
It was a 5-footer.
After our pro drove it 300 to the front of the green and then chipped it within 5 feet.
Scraby,
don't feed the animals.
Don't feed the animals. I do feed animals, but Chris made a birdie putt. Leaving the golf course. And we ended up shooting 63 once everything was accounted for, since it was a scramble and we had an SDSU golf player, Jack Townsend. He was with us.
and he did a lot for us. I think we shot 63 because of him. But we all had a good time. There's Roadrunner. Meet me. He doesn't like me. I guess I wouldn't like me either if I was chasing me. As you can see, I'm all Aztec out here at the Aztec Baseball Tournament. It's the SDSU Baseball Alumni Tournament. Right now, we are 1 under in the scramble. And Chris is playing well, Tony's playing well. But our ringer, Jack Townsend, is playing really well. So Chris says that he can't play golf, but this is the second birdie putt he's made for us. This time it was like 20 feet.
Thank you very much, Scraby. But once again, you're hitting some very nice shots as well. I'm not usually complimentary to you, but I can't help but be complimentary. Your shot making today.
With my what?
Your shot making. You've hit some.
We are league 10 now, and it's getting really windy. It's actually kind of cold. I'm not gonna lie, I know we're in San Diego, but we're 3 under as a group. We just got off a birdie, and I just hit my defense. There's a squirrel, but he wants to attack me. Squirrely! We just got our second birdie of the day thanks to this guy.
Yeah, a 4-footer after.
It was a 5-footer.
After our pro drove it 300 to the front of the green and then chipped it within 5 feet.
Uh-oh.
Scraby, don't feed the animals.
Don't feed the animals. I do feed animals, but Chris made a birdie putt. Leaving the golf course. And we ended up shooting 63 once everything was accounted for, since it was a scramble and we had an SDSU golf player, Jack Townsend. He was with us and he did a lot for us. I think we shot 63 because of him. But we all had a good time. There's Roadrunner. Meet me. He doesn't like me. I guess I wouldn't like me either if I was chasing me. As you can see, I'm all Aztec out here at the Aztec Baseball Tournament. It's the SDSU Baseball Alumni Tournament. Right now, we are 1 under in the scramble. And Chris is playing well, Tony's playing well. But our ringer, Jack Townsend, is playing really well. So Chris says that he can't.
Indeed, it is 4 o'clock on Gwynn and Chris, Tony Gwynn Jr., Chris Ello, Matt Scraby.
9 a.m. in Japan.
It's now 9 a.m.
A couple of hours away, perhaps, according to things we can't confirm.
Scraby.
Sasaki, somebody said, may make his decision today, Japan time.
Someone said
it is 9 a.m. So we'll see.
Yes. We have a Chris versus fans. 833-288-0973. You want a chance to take down the trivia master. New development. We'll get into it a little bit later. We've been talking a lot about the NCAA and perhaps this lawsuit that has caused scholarships to change. There may be a little snafu that we'll get into a little bit later on. But we do, as I said, have some Chris versus fans. Let's get into it right now.
If you had one shot, one opportunity to take down the human almanac himself,
howdy do.
Now is your time.
Listen to me, this guy is dangerous.
Now is your opportunity to win a prize.
Well, I hope you know what you're in for.
Chris versus the fans starts now on 97.3 The Fan.
You guys have no idea what you started on the chat with this dunk definition thing.
Well, I mean, it's a good question.
Yeah, everybody was talking about it last
usually
night,
we're used to the dunks that at least the rim moves.
I was saying if your hand goes over the rim, then it should be a dunk.
If that's the definition, then it's a dunk.
I think you got to touch the rim. That's my definition.
But what if you're high enough to touch the rim, but you just don't touch the rim?
And you just decided just to throw it in?
Yeah.
Here's the reason why going up over the rim and basically dropping the ball through or throwing it through. Before high school games, kids are not allowed to dunk. That's a technical foul before the game starts.
But they can.
No fun league.
I've seen that.
That's high school basketball.
Yeah.
But if a kid goes up and kind of drops the ball over the rim, I don't call a technical, nor does any other ref.
In my day.
But if they slam on the rim, that will be a technical before the game even starts.
So is that still a rule? You can still give a technical? Because I've seen some high school teams do it.
Well, not in California.
Okay, not in California.
Yeah, it's
that
a rule
used
here.
to. That I'm about to say, it still remains the same.
Yeah.
That is in warm-up lines. That is how everybody dunked.
And kids come up and they all go, "Can I dunk?" I go, "No, you haven't been able to dunk since the beginning of time. You can't do it now.
You just gotta drop it in."
Why?
I guess it's no fun. It's still no fun.
It's a bit no fun.
Yeah,
they don't want.
Is there a real reason?
I think there's two reasons. One, they don't want to incite the crowd and get everybody too ecstatic for like a Friday night in a small gym, and now it's a dunk contest before the game, and
That's amazing.
One high school's dunking better than the other high school. But the other thing is that they could, break the rim or wreck the rim, and we don't have the resources
they're
to get
not
another
rolling
rim
in
there.
not rolling in another backboard at that point.
So I think there's two reasons.
All right, that's a good
fair
point. The prize, you will be qualified for a chance to win our grand prize, a trip to Las Vegas to see Scorpions on March 6th. No one else does the Scorpions thing good in here, so I'm going to do it.
You go ahead.
Plus a 2-night stay at Planet Hollywood and a $100 gas card. Scorpions return with their 60 years of the Scorpions Las Vegas residency show live February 27th to March 11th at PH Live at Planet Hollywood Resort and Casino. Tickets on sale at Ticketmaster.com. You will also win a pair of tickets to tomorrow's San Diego State basketball game against UNLV. Get tickets at goaztecs.com. The rules: you have to make it through 3 questions. Each question will get more difficult. If you get the question right, you move on. If you get it wrong and Chris gets it right, you're eliminated. But if Chris gets it wrong, then you move on to the next question or you win. If you're a first-time player, let us know before you get into it, and you'll get that question for free.
Did you say the Aztec UNLV game was tomorrow?
That's what my little thing told me.
I'm pretty sure it's Saturday, so I'm just throwing that in there.
Let me go back.
They don't play on Friday nights very often.
Oh, I don't know that.
I'm just saying.
Maybe it's the first time.
Says,
Maybe.
yes, you've won. What are you? Did we look this up?
No.
Okay.
I did not look it up.
I want to make sure. The next game is
Saturday.
Yes, it is. So
I was right.
Thanks, Dave Marcus, for putting in tomorrow.
Oh, you're gonna go there?
He rolled you under the bus, Dave.
I actually don't know if Dave put that one in there or
I'm texting
not.
him right now.
Ask him why.
No,
he
I'm not going to ask him.
me.
I'm going to say thanks for messing up Scraby's read.
I actually don't know that he was the one who did it, but
he's going to think that you think that.
Okay,
though.
let's get to our first contestant. Let's go to John.
What's up, John? Happy Thursday.
John.
Maybe John is in the John.
Maybe John is in the John. All right, let's go to our next contestione. I don't know if that's the right word.
Don't think so.
We've had all these guys on this week.
Hey, just want to let you know we got to get off at 4:12.
I know, but we've had all these players on this week.
That's all right. Let them on again.
Or we haven't had all of them on? No. The rule is you can't call every single day.
I'll wait for you to let me know, buddy.
Okay. Sorry, everybody. I just dropped you all.
Wow.
This guy is diabolical.
Heartless.
Because you know what? I'm not dealing with my DMs, okay? So let's go
we need
to
a contestant, buddy.
Brian.
Brian, welcome to the show, my friend.
Get us a contestant.
Brian, you there?
Yes.
All right, here we go.
Are you Brian, or is your parent Brian, or who is this?
My dad's Brian.
Okay, who are you?
What's your name?
Good.
No,
My name's Isla.
Isla. All right, Isla.
Okay,
Isla. Let's play Isla. First time player?
First time player.
There we go.
Very good, Isla. Very good.
Let's go. Second question. Out of the quarterbacks left in the NFL playoffs, Which one has the most postseason passing yards?
Ever?
Out of
okay.
No, yeah, out of
No,
yeah.
I'm just-
yeah. Ever.
You got Brian here with tag.
Oh wait, no, I'm sorry. No, it is out of the quarterbacks remaining
In the playoffs.
in this playoffs, not ever, just out of those
okay,
guys.
But it's
Whoa.
Hold up.
How much yardage are we
Sorry,
talking
hold
about?
on, Isla.
It's
Hang in
not
there,
for
Isla.
it's not for the playoff run in 2025, 24, 25.
It's their combined playoff
in their careers.
But
But
it's
the
not
ones
like,
that are left.
Yes, the
All right.
active quarterbacks. Yes.
So,
yes.
got it.
That deserved an explanation.
There's 8 quarterbacks. Who's thrown for the most playoff yards?
Man. Thinking of who's remaining and who would have the most. This is Brian Isla.
Hey, hi, Brian. Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, Brian.
Thanks for having Isla
talk it
join
out.
us for a minute, though. That was good.
Thinking out loud here. She wants to go with Patrick Mahomes because she's a newly found Chiefs fan.
She's smart. Staying
Newly
with the
found
Wayne.
Chiefs fans. Get you to the
That
next
is correct.
round. Nice work, Isla.
Just gave it to him. Way to
Well,
go.
Isla said Patrick Mahomes. He said Patrick Mahomes.
There it is.
We're
Oh, he
good.
did. Okay.
He did. He
All
said
right,
it.
good. Winner.
On to question number.
I was going to guess Matthew Stafford, so I would have been wrong anyway.
He played too long in Detroit where he wasn't going
Oh,
to
and
the
he didn't
playoffs.
go to the playoffs. Yeah.
Question number 3. Isla, you're definitely going to have to lean on your pops on this one. How old was Mike Tyson when he became the youngest man ever to win a heavyweight boxing title?
Oh. She went with her instincts here, and she said, go ahead.
19.
19 years of age.
Stay there. Stay there.
Yeah, this is just a guess, but I seem to remember. I think it's a educated guess. 21.
He's going 21.
Isla wins.
Nice work, Isla. Mike
Nice
Tyson
job.
was not able to buy a beer yet as a champion.
Stay there, Isla and Brian.
He was 20 years of age.
Oh, we surrounded
you guys.
it.
You surrounded
We
the number.
surrounded it. Good job, Isla.
Isla/Brian. Nice
and no,
work.
never mind Brian. He did nothing. Isla got both questions right, as far as I can tell.
I'm taking some heat on the chat for hanging up on everyone. So.
Yeah, I bet you are, buddy.
Well, I don't mind that. It was good to have Isla on.
Yes, it
well
was
done,
good.
Scrape.
It's not
I
okay
say.
for the millionth time. It's not that I don't like you. Or,
Yeah, it is. You
it's-
guys should hear what he says
it's
about the
because
people he
peop-
drops when he hangs up. We
It's-
get the break.
It's because people like Isla then get to play for the first time.
That's not why.
Yes, it is.
It
I like
is.
when people play for the first time.
Yeah, you like that, but you also hate when multiple participants keep calling.
Yes, because they're not following the rules. The rules are the rules. man.
You're such a rule
Let's
follower.
just focus in on the performance of Isla.
Yeah, indeed.
Yes, great job,
Well
Isla.
done, Isla. Really quick, are you there still? She's still
Oh,
there?
I gotta go.
Get her on there. Isla? Hello?
Yeah,
Isla, where do you go to school? Just in
Well,
case.
don't tell everybody.
Why not?
Because that's a weird
I-
question.
I-
Is it really too weird? I don't mean it
Tony,
to be.
Tony.
I don't mean it
No,
to
I
be.
go to,
I want to see
I
if
go
any
to
of her.
Steel Canyon High School.
Steel
Okay.
Canyon High
Steel
School.
Canyon.
Very good. I don't think that's a weird question, is it?
Yeah, we're from Alpine.
Okay.
You're out.
Oh, you're out there in,
Okay,
in
I'm gonna
Mudcat.
put you down before you reveal any more information
You're in
about
Mudcat
yourself.
I'm
Grants
not
area.
going to get it. Yeah, that's right.
Just kidding, Isla. Thank you
All
for
right,
calling.
good for you,
playing,
Isla.
Isla.
Congrats. Well done.
Like that. She got on there with confidence, too.
I know.
Although you were trying to interrogate her at first, it seemed
I-
like.
you
I
know
know
I
you weren't
did.
trying to, but it seemed like an interrogation there. at
I
first.
felt it when I said, "Who
Where
are
you? What is your name?
Who are
Where are
you?"
you from? Like, it was just like, oh, hold on,
Well, he's
man,
in a
chill
mood.
out.
He's in
I'm
a
not
mood because
in
he had to
any
hang up
mood.
on the people, and now because he hung up on the people, everybody's
Roasting.
crushing him.
Envy says, "BS. You want to let your friends in?" I can tell you right now, I'm not. I've never met Isla
Well, it's
or
not
Brian.
yeah.
so.
We don't have any idea who the people are that are going to call.
He
Please,
said you want to let your friends
I'm on
in.
your side, Scrape. I honestly, you people who call every day, appreciate you, really do. But I think it's nice when we get some new players in the game. I do.
It's one of the most common things that I get when we're out and about is, I call Christopher's fans all the time. You never pick up. It's on me.
Well, he's just hanging up on you.
It's
Yeah,
not-
you can tell. I'm just hanging up on you. I'm not actually picking up because I'm just hanging
The one
up
time
phone.
you do get through, he's going to hang up on you.
All right, let's slide away. Isla, nice work. Hang on the line. Mr. Scraby will get you in a second. We, on the other hand, need to get to break. More Gwynn and Chris on the other side. Here's some traffic.
From the 855, get Ross.
back 417. Congrats to Isla out there winning her first appearance on Chris versus the Fans.
First, I got to say, I think it's really, really cool.
Yeah, like it.
That whether it's father, daughter, father, son, mother, daughter, mother, son, they're listening to us. I think that is really cool.
How about just that they're both listening to the same thing,
Yeah.
whatever it might be.
Yeah, no kidding. I can't.
Here we
my
are,
kids
guys,
listen to the same thing.
bringing generations and families together.
Love it.
I actually hear that a lot when we go out and about. Is that because I like to ask people when they listen because I want to know what type of show. If you're listening at 2 p.m., we're probably fired up about something. 4:30 is Big Five. A lot of people say we listen on the way home from school, and then I think, what did I say in those hours? That
Well, it's
they're
usually
listening
bad,
every day.
whatever you do.
But yeah, it's awesome because
I think that's so cool, man.
people listening to the radio or listening to radio shows, it's still out there, and I think that's great.
I think how much I used to listen to sports talk radio with my dad. Like, whether it was Rome at the time, who was big out here.
You guys listen to Ted
Leitner?
Was he sports?
I don't think he was doing
He
sports
was just
talk.
news.
Not when I was.
Okay, I see.
Not when I was of age. But I think that's cool. It's cool that we get to be a part of that.
My guys were Bud Ferrillo, Bud Tucker, and there was another guy. 3 of them at, I believe it was KABC in Los Angeles. And I called in a lot.
I can totally see
if you might not. Yeah, you're shocked. And the only thing I remember my dad doing is saying, "Get off the phone. You've been hanging on there for 50 minutes."
I can see you hanging on the phone for 50 minutes.
He just wanted me off the phone. So,
but I
really got a big kick out of it, obviously, getting on the air once in a while.
That's crazy because I never wanted to call, but I did call one time.
Never.
And I called, they answered my call, and I hung up.
Of course you did.
Because I was so nervous.
You got nervous
I
at
was
the
listening
last
on the
minute.
radio. They're like, Matt. Oh, well, Matt's not there. And I'm just sitting in my car so nervous that
These
even
moments
took
can
my
be
call.
memorable. I called Bud Ferrillo, he was the main guy in L.A. at the time who kind of started the whole thing. And he had a golf analyst by the name of Ken Venturi on.
Oh, yeah.
And I asked Ken Venturi, why do golfers stand over a putt and bend down and look through their golf club? What are they looking at?
That's a good question, though, at the time.
That's what Bud Ferrillo said. He said, how old are you? And that's why I felt like I could ask Isla what school she went to. I wasn't trying to pry. But I said I was like 12 years old. And he goes, you are really, really smart. So I remember that. Thank you, Bud Ferrillo.
I knew you were going to have something to say about that. I was
No, that's
waiting
cool.
for your little comment.
No, because that you're getting to talk to someone that you like look up to, and that's
Yeah.
awesome at the age of 12. And by the way, I wasn't saying you shouldn't ask about her high school. I just think in
I
this
knew what
day
you were
and
saying.
age,
I knew what you were saying.
it's a little like people can be weird and
Yeah,
find things.
Chris
No,
is
I
not
can't help
weird,
it.
but certainly I could understand why you were saying that. But it was all good.
All right. We got 2 things we can talk about here. Does anybody want to talk about the college football playoff and changes that might be made? Or would anybody out there like us to give you the follow-up story to Scraby's Love Life Challenge?
No.
I think the latter is a
No,
good way
Tony,
to
I
go.
just think we should
Talk
take a
about
vote. I think we should just take a vote. Just take a vote. Just take a legit
All in
vote here. See what
favor
happens.
of
Yeah.
Scraby's love life?
Yeah.
You know what? Fine,
Follow
because
up?
this will prove my point as to what I was saying yesterday.
Okay, Chris, go ahead.
All right. Well, there's a little bit more news on Scraby's the situation with Scraby. Not
An addendum.
news, but just an addendum to it. Yesterday, we got on his case for a situation that took place about a year, maybe year and a half ago.
Not taking a leap of faith.
Not taking a leap of faith. My wife and I, my wife had worked with a young lady, brought it to my attention, thought Scraby would be a good match. I brought it to Scraby's attention. Scraby said, absolutely, positively not. And despite repeated efforts to try to get the 2 of them together, Scraby
He refused.
continued to say, absolutely, positively not. The young lady is doing fine. I think she's been in a relationship for a while, and everything's hunky-dory on her side. Meanwhile, Scraby continues to be the lonely guy, as Tony says. So we were gunning on him yesterday, and his big argument back is, I didn't want to get in a relationship where my friends and his wife would be able to monitor what was going on. And I told him, I said, we weren't going to monitor. You don't know that we were going to do that. But he says, oh, yes, you were. Well, to his point, yesterday my wife heard us talking about this subject, went and got the young lady who she works with and brought her in to listen to Scraby trying to squirm his way out of this.
Case in point.
I gotta
there you go.
I gotta say, Scraby, I thought you honestly left yourself some room there because you didn't say anything crazy, even though the young lady was listening. You just simply made the point. I didn't want to be in any type of thing that Chris, or anybody I know for that matter, could somehow have something to say about it. And the very next day, Chris walks in and says what he says. I thought that was quite funny.
Yeah, I mean,
and it proves your point a little bit.
It does prove my point. That...
However,
it might prove your point, but it doesn't change the fact that you still should have said yes and met the young lady.
You should have.
It doesn't change that.
Oh, everybody's saying Team Scraby on this one.
Yeah, I mean that whole situation did come kind of clear after we talked before the show started.
And for the people in the chat that are saying that it's mean because I didn't know she would be listening. I mean, I talk on the radio, so it's not like I can control what she listens to.
But her name was not mentioned. Nor would anybody know who she was.
And nor was anything said.
Here's the biggest thing for me. I want to make sure that she knows that I'm not like some ogre and just
time out. What in the conversation would make her feel like you're an ogre?
Because I feel like hearing that yesterday, I would be like, that guy's a jerk.
What is a jerk and ogre? How is those connected?
I don't know why I said ogre. But jerk. Like, that guy's a jerk. I'm not a jerk.
To be fair, I didn't think you came off as being a jerk. You came off as being protective of whatever your situation was going to be. And you didn't want Chris anywhere near it.
Exactly. I'd be like, oh, so I heard you guys got in a fight the other day.
I would back you up if I thought you were a jerk and you weren't for a change.
No.
That was good. All right, here's the quick college football news. They're already getting together to discuss changing the playoff next season. However, as I got into the article, Tony, we got a few minutes here. It seemed to me that whatever they might want to do, they're not going to be able to do it in 1 year.
Right.
Because a lot of people have to sign off on making any kind of change. It does seem like most people think the seating ought to be moved around.
Listen, I don't know how I would love to hear the plan to make the seating better because I don't know how you do so. I think ultimately you want to get the matchup that we got. I mean, all of the
Final Four was pretty good.
All the so-called good teams that should have been in or should have been winning, only one has gotten to the point where they should have, and that's Ohio State. You know, everybody was upset about Georgia not being. They took a hike early. Oregon, they took a hike. The teams that were left on the outside looking in, Alabama and South Carolina, they both got beat up in their bowl game, not even, in this playoff. So I don't know how you make the seating better. I get everybody's point, but I think the ultimate goal is to...
Everybody got where they were supposed to get.
That's my point. I think that...
People thought that the first round was all blowouts, and they should have done something about that. But you're right. So what? If it was because of that, the Super Bowl would have been canceled years ago.
Right. Like, it's sports. So, it may be close. It might not be. We might have another playoff next year where every game is a 1-point game. So I just think, listen, it's 1 year. Let's let this thing marinate a little bit.
Let it marinate. Yeah.
Before we start
I think you're right.
Changing things.
But you know how people are. They want to get it perfectly, accurately, the same right every single time. And there's just no way to guarantee it. The bottom line is the Final Four teams were ranked 3 through 6 in the final polls. And the 1 and 2 teams didn't make it, but that was, as you said, Oregon and Georgia had a fair shot at it. They didn't make it.
Yeah, Oregon laid an egg.
Yeah,
quite frankly. There's another college sports story involving the lawsuit and scholarships and Title IX. We'll get into that probably a little bit later after the Big Five in that 5 o'clock hour. But it could change the way the landscape was at least starting to look as they came to a settlement. But if indeed what the news is breaking today is accurate, this thing could very well be derailed and have to start from scratch. So we'll see. Is it my turn or your turn?
It's yours. Mine.
Yours.
Next, the Big Five. Still ahead, our NFL playoff pick'em. And
do you guys think Bill Belichick is going to weasel his way out? Because I have some new information.
No.
I have coaching at UNC. I have some new
Really?
information.
No, I can't wait to blow
Can't wait
this
to hear
up.
this one.
Yep.
All right, well, if you want to hear it, don't go anywhere.
Gwynn and Chris on.
sometimes you gotta let it breathe a little bit.
I used to, when I had my Saturday show, all right, good. When I had my Saturday show back in the day, my lead-in was that Cliffs of Dover song that is part of our intro still by, now I forget, Eric Johnson.
Wait, time out real quick.
Yeah.
Is this the one? Is that the song that Chris was at, or like our very first show?
Sorry,
Chris was
I was tuned out for a second.
Chris was adamant about that song when we first started.
Eric Johnson, Cliffs of Dover.
Okay, all right, go ahead.
Yeah. But that used to be my open, and the lead-in was about 2.5 minutes before I had to start the show, and I could take as little or as much
time as
but
you
I used
want.
to drive down to work that Saturday morning. I'd be in the parking lot, and they'd already have been starting my music.
Because they had that long of a lead-in, huh?
And I would run into the studio and sit down. Look at Scraby.
I can see his anxiety is going up.
No,
as
it's
we
not
speak.
anxiety. It's just like how much you care about your radio job that you can't show up before the show.
I was before the show.
He's literally shaking his head before the story even finished.
I was before the show.
I've already heard this story like 100 times, and every time I think the same thing. Like, that's insane. That is absolutely insane.
All right. Was the traffic ready?
Yes.
Let's check traffic. Get to the big five.
From the 855 Get Ross Traffic Center, protecting San Diego after accidents or injury. Here's Kelly Danick.
Got a stall vehicle on the Coronado Bridge heading off the island right before mid-span. Unfortunately, it's in middle lanes. Also, hit-and-run crash reported eastbound 8 before the 15. Not showing if any lanes are blocked. Eastbound 52 just before Convoy. 3-car collision over to the right shoulder. Traveling on northbound 15 just past West Bernardo. We have reports of a stalled vehicle in the HOV lane. I'm Kelly Danick with Gwynn and Chris, San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan.
It's that time of the show when we check on the latest in sports. Only the most important topics and questions are brought to light.
Stop what you're doing and listen.
These news stories will astound and amaze you. The one, the only.
Oh my God, who the hell cares?
The Big Five starts now on 97.3 The Fan.
All right. The Big Five is going to start with a National League West story, and the closer we get to the season, the more I'm realizing that the
number 5
Arizona Diamondbacks are going to be pretty good. So they've been pesky little snakes in the last few seasons, and they have been pretty active this offseason, including signing Corbin Burns. Here is what Corbin Burns told the media about his team and what he thinks he can accomplish.
This is a team that's built to win baseball games and to win in the postseason. They showed that in 23. Obviously had another great year last year. Got beat out with the tiebreaker deal for the postseason. But this is a really good baseball team, young baseball team. So it's got many years of winning ahead of them. So that was part of the reason of looking at the Diamondbacks and some other teams was I've said it before. I want to come in. I want to win. I want to win the entire time I'm here. And this is a team that's built to do that.
All right, so he said some more. If you want to hear more, MLB Network on Twitter. But, Tony, you're up first here. Do you think those pesky little snakes, the Diamondbacks, have a good enough team to stand in the way of the Padres this year?
Yeah, I think so. They're not a year removed from a World Series.
Yeah, they were in the World Series 2 seasons ago.
They've added Burns. Yeah, I think they have a talented enough roster to be a problem for the Padres, as do the Giants, as do the Dodgers. The division got tougher. I don't think we can sit here and debate that. That is a fact. National League West is one of, if not the toughest division in baseball.
The Rockies signed Keston Hiura to a minor league contract yesterday, so here come the Rockies.
They're on their way.
Man, things not bad for Keston here.
I guess, yeah, that's the last stop. I look at this roster and I'm pretty nervous for sure. I mean, the top of the rotation is as good as you can get. Corbin Burns and Zach Gallen, 1-2.
Yeah.
I mean, that's pretty solid. Merrill Kelly's not bad.
They also have that guy returning from injury. What's his name?
That guy returning from injury?
The pitcher, Suarez?
Eduardo Rodriguez.
Rodriguez, that's it, yeah.
And they got Brandon Pfaadt, who's starting to come around. So that's a good rotation.
And Jordan Montgomery.
All right, Jordan Montgomery, too. They got a good rotation.
And Merrill.
And Merrill Kelly.
Merrill.
I said Merrill. I did give Merrill a mention.
I can't think of any more pitchers.
I gave Merrill a
Sorry,
mention.
Chris.
But they got young guys that are good. Gabriel Moreno, their catcher. Remember, Corbin Carroll had a terrible season for him last year. Alec Thomas ended up getting sent to the minor leagues. They still won 89 games. So, yeah, definitely a concern.
Yes.
Number 4.
Jonathan Jones of CBS Sports reported, quote, there is no fully executed and signed contract between Bill Belichick and the University of North Carolina. Jones added that if Belichick chooses to go back to the NFL, and industry sources said the lack of a signed contract could lead to a legal gray area about how much, if any, of a buyout it would be. Michael Lombardi, UNC football's general manager.
I love this, by the way. Michael was on there just spitting facts.
Said in a post on social media that Bill Belichick isn't interested in returning to the NFL. Bill is recruiting in, this is what he wrote, Bill is recruiting in D.C. today and Baltimore tomorrow. His focus is on North Carolina football, hiring staff members and developing the team. The NFL isn't an option, so please stop making it one. Thank you. Chris, do you believe him?
No. I do not believe Michael Lombardi because he very rarely spews the truth. I appreciate you thinking he does, Tony. I think he's wrong 9 times out of 10. But
wait, where is he fitting? Where is that coming from?
Michael Lombardi?
Yeah.
Isn't he the former GM of the Jets, or am I mixing him up with somebody?
Let me look into it.
Go ahead, you finish your thing.
If it is the former GM of the Jets who's now an insider, he's usually wrong. If it's not, then he might be right. Here's the thing, though. I think he's right on this one. Because I don't think Belichick's going to put himself and his reputation.
He was the GM of the Browns for 1 year.
I'm thinking of Mike Tannenbaum.
Yeah, you're thinking about Tannenbaum.
That's who I'm thinking of, so I take it back, Michael Lombardi. You're all right.
Say, Michael, what are you
Yeah, no, Tannenbaum's a blowhard. Lombardi's cool, and he's right. Yeah, no, Belichick's not putting his reputation that much in harm's way.
All right, Tony.
Yeah, I agree. I actually watched Michael Lombardi. He happened to be a guest on one of my new favorite shows, the Pat McAfee show.
Oh yeah, you do love Pat
He was
McAfee.
a guest.
You're coming along.
He had his North Carolina fit on, and he was letting whoever wrote that article know how wrong he was. And I think more importantly, even if I didn't see Michael Lombardi, Bill Belichick has not seemed like the type that. I mean, it's one thing to change your mind, but it's another thing to leave this gaping hole. I just think, as Michael Lombardi explained, there's so many different things, right? They had to hire him. Then he had to go out and hire a staff. Then he had to go out and hire a strength and conditioning guy who then had to go out and hire a staff. There are so many connecting pieces to this. A contract not being fully completed seems like a bit of a stretch. This seems like I didn't have much to write about. This is an open piece. I'm going to go for it here. Because no one wants to believe that Bill Belichick, who is perhaps the greatest NFL coach of all time, would ever leave the NFL to go coach college. There seems to be a lot of people who are struggling with that.
It's not
at least
that
from
hard
my opinion.
It's not that hard.
It doesn't seem to be that hard. But
it's still football at the end of the day.
Remember, he was a free agent, basically shopping himself around a season ago after he got fired,
and no one wanted him.
And no one took him. You had opportunities when jobs were open before he took this job. So I mean, it is what it is.
It is. But if he does go back to the NFL,
then he goes back to the NFL.
But if he does, then I'm going to call him out. and say that his reputation has been tarnished.
My favorite word of the week: he's a liar. Then.
Yeah,
Number 3.
You're a liar.
Steph Curry and the Warriors pulled off a 1-point win over the Timberwolves last night, and Steph Curry wants everyone to know he is not interested in being traded anytime soon. Here he is after the game talking about the rumors on SportsCenter.
That 24-hour media or news cycle is hilarious at times. The fact that nobody's complacent here, nobody is okay with just being average. All the Twitter fingers who's got deals that we need to make can kind of just shut up a little bit and let us figure this thing out. We know we can be competitive. we showed, that.
All right, that's it. I just wanted everybody to hear the Twitter fingers part because that was the main part of that whole thing. Who's up here? Tony. The rumors are just crazy about Steph Curry being traded. Should the Warriors consider trading Steph Curry?
No. It's a stupid idea. Here's why. Golden State, the beauty about having a player like Steph Curry is people want to see him regardless, whether you're winning or losing. So if I'm an owner, and business is the thing I'm in, I'm not moving this guy. Because, listen, the reality is, you move Steph Curry, how are you getting closer to winning a championship at that point?
You're doing the Juan Soto thing.
I don't see that being a scenario, right? If you're adding to Steph Curry, okay, that makes sense. But if you're trading him and you're trying to win a title, so you're getting further away from that and you're trading your cash cow, I think it's stupid. And I feel Steph, a lot of times in his case, he's not a player that is in the media saying he wants this, he wants that, they should do this. But here we are on the outside doing it for him.
Twitter fingers.
As he called it, Twitter fingers. So, yeah, I think, what was your original question?
No, you already answered it. Should they trade him?
Yeah, no, they shouldn't
consider
trade.
trading
They
him.
shouldn't consider trading. I think it's stupid.
Chris?
No, not him.
Draymond?
Not at all. I just hope that they do what the somebody in ESPN, NBA analyst brought up. They should get Zach LaVine and trade. This is what the trade said. Andrew Wiggins, Kevon Looney.
Yep.
There's another starter in there.
I think Gary Payton II was in there.
Gary Payton II and a pick, like a high one. And I'm like, the Bulls should do that in a heartbeat because they need to change the makeup of their team. But Tony's right. Steph Curry is not even he's bigger than a player.
Right.
You don't trade people that are bigger than a player.
C20 says to you, Tony, Steph would look great in a Lakers uni these playoffs.
He would
He
look
said
great.
Playoffs. I mean, they
He
making the
would
playoffs?
look-
The Lakers?
Are
They're
they
making
gonna
the
make
the
playoffs?
Steph would look good, and it's basically his same color scheme.
The Warriors are
Just change the blue
The
to
Warriors
purple.
cannot be stupid. That's stupid.
No,
I don't think they are.
They're not.
Number 2.
Texas quarterback Quinn Ewers reportedly turned down a pretty hefty NIL offer to transfer to a different school in favor of entering the 2025 NFL Draft. According to 24/7 Sports, Ewers received an $8 million offer from an unknown program to transfer from Texas, but he instead decided to declare for the NFL Draft. Per 24/7 Sports, sources close to Ewers said he turned down the offer in part to his desire to end his collegiate career as a Longhorn. He's projected as a 4th-round pick, but some are saying he's going to be drafted close to the end of the 1st round or very early 2nd round. I don't know how that works. You're a projected 4th-round guy, but you're going to go at the end of the 1st round? Chris, would you take a chance on Quinn Ewers?
In the 4th round?
No.
Oh,
End
sorry.
of the 1st round.
Oh, end of the 1st round.
That's where they're projecting him to go.
I
But
thought you
he's
said 4th round.
That's his projected talent level, but they're projecting him to be drafted early because there's going to be a quarterback run.
First of all, I think Quinn Ewers should have stayed in school and taken the $8 million. I mean,
He wanted to retire at Longhorn.
I know what he wanted to do, but $8 million might change my mind. I mean, I think college football is almost more lucrative for these guys. And I think Quinn Ewers could use a little more seasoning, to be honest with you. I think he's good, but he's not great. So, no, I would pass on him.
All right. What do you think, Tony?
I respect it. He wants to play in the NFL. And he could have very well transferred to another school and took the $8 million bag, and who knows how that turns out. I think he set himself up pretty good. I mean, I don't know that his stock is going to get much higher than it is this year. So if he wants to be in the NFL, now's the time to go. That $8 million is certainly something you got to think about, but it seems like he kind of wants to go out as a Longhorn. And if he came back as a Longhorn, he probably was going to be in trouble because the Manning kid is right there waiting to take over.
Yeah, they're ready for him to take over.
Certainly seems like that.
That's why I think he was offered to transfer.
This is very much like Miami back in the day when they had Frank Gore and Willis McGahee was the guy, and he's like, you might want to go ahead and head on to the NFL there, buddy.
Frank Gore was the better NFL running back.
Well, it's because McGay had his knee torn in about 7 pieces.
I can still remember that play, to be
I don't
honest.
watch replays to this day because of that.
Shedeur Sanders is apparently, this is a side note, so Shedeur Sanders is apparently thinking about not going to the Combine. You think that's a good idea?
For him, yeah.
I do too.
Me too.
I mean,
So
live
then they
on,
can't
live
show
on
how
what
bad
people.
he is.
They're already trying to
They're trying to tear
tear
him down no
as
matter
it
what he
is.
does.
So you might as well just not throw. That's what I think.
All right. Let's go to the last one. The Buffalo Bills' new stadium is set to open in 2026, and it's not a dome. Instead, the team announced they have some ways to keep the stadium warm. I think this is actually kind of cool.
I can't wait to hear this.
So Chris won't have to worry about all those poor Chili fans. Oh. The outside of the new stadium will reportedly be lined with vertical
What a jerk.
It's like, where's the reaction?
It's there.
The outside of the new stadium will reportedly be lined with vertical and perforated steel panels that will help keep players and fans warmer. Those panels will also slow down the wind as it flows over the stadium, or the wind gets stopped altogether. The new stadium is not a dome, as I said, but those panels will create an air bubble for the Bills' field. They will also install the same natural grass surface as Green Bay's Lambeau Field to deal with the cold weather. Grass has wirelessly controlled heating, irrigation, and sub-air systems that should also help the playing surface not be at freezing temperatures at any time.
That's a fact. I remember being in Green Bay. What was that, 2008? We went. And they I don't know if it was wireless at that point. I don't know if they had wireless, but they definitely had the ground.
Oh, they do. Yeah,
it was warm underneath for sure.
It's not the frozen tundra. It's
not anymore.
It's the semi-frozen tundra. Chris,
the toasty tundra.
Or no, Tony's up for the toasty tundra. Side note. I think it's awesome that the Bills are putting in natural grass when players want natural grass.
Yes.
And
well, I'm sure Mr. Josh Allen had a little bit to say about that.
Right now they have turf.
Yeah, it's probably not great for their
No,
team.
it's not. But in a time, if Buffalo can put in natural grass, all of the stadiums could put in natural grass.
That's a good point.
Tony, is football meant to be played outside? We kind of talked about it yesterday.
It is.
Yeah,
it is, man.
It's meant to be, but not in the terrible conditions like
I agree
this,
with
I
that.
think.
Like, if you can avoid...
But they're putting in protections, honestly.
Well,
So you can go and watch the game.
If they become the state-of-the-art stadium for cold weather place, natural grass, no dome, cool. Then that'll be the blueprint moving forward.
Yeah. Chris, what do you think?
I'm going to agree. I mean, I like it outdoors. I miss snow games, but games like, 2 below 0 and fans losing limbs should be avoided.
It's not the players that we got to worry
That's
about.
right.
It's the fan. Yeah. I thought about this yesterday. Shannon Sharp pulled out his helmet from his Baltimore days when he was a Raven, and that helmet looked so trash compared to these helmets they have now. I'm like, no wonder why y'all was getting concussions. Like, it's not even closely built to the same way that and Shannon Sharp, I mean, he still played in like the 2000s. I think that was his last year, 2000, 2001.
Well, they didn't
20
care about the
years
players
they
yet.
did. But 20 years, you see how far this technology has come. I'm sorry,
Shannon's a big dude, but he definitely got blasted over the middle a couple times and probably came up with a concussion.
Yeah.
But anyway, I'm looking forward to seeing this new stadium. And that's it for the
Well,
Big
you can
Five.
see it on Sunday. I mean, it's right next to the one they're playing in now, and they show it every game. It's practically done, and it just makes me so angry every time a new stadium goes up.
I mean,
this is Buffalo. They have 2 state-of-the-art stadiums standing next to each other. We can't even build, a house of cards around here.
Guess what, Chris? The Indiana Fever are constructing their own new practice facility.
That CC built.
Caitlin Clark built that house.
That's right.
She was out there doing the spackle and all that stuff.
That's what drives me crazy.
It does kind of drive me crazy too, because the Sixers are getting a new stadium, and
How
they're
about
going.
that? How about that?
They're going downtown.
They were getting ready to, and then they got talked at. They're going into a different district, and Adam Silver, I think a few of the other owners from the different teams that are around there convinced the 76ers to stay at the place they're in. They're going to, renovated or something along those
I mean,
lines.
in Philly, they have all three stadiums
Best
right
setup,
there.
best setup in sports.
You got the Eagles, you got the Phillies, and you got the Sixers and the Flyers, right?
Yes.
In the same parking lot.
There's a small opportunity where all of them can be playing
at the same
time.
That'd be crazy. That would be
That
crazy.
would be right.
And I've seen that Eagles Stadium, and it looks huge on TV. It is so small, and it's very like the people at the top. They're looking down basically.
Oh yeah, and they're feeling all
field.
that wind that slides through there too.
Yes, they are strapped in like they're on Everest or something like that. All right, again,
Let's get
for
to
the
break.
Big Five. Yes,
5 o'clock hour, happy hour. On the other side, more Gwynn and Chris.
home runs and have high slugging and on-base percentages.
It's time to get you up to speed on all things sports.
Yes! Yes! Yes!
With plenty of nonsense in between.
Oh, look! Here comes our fearless producer!
Gwynn and Chris starts right now on 97.3 The Fan.
Vaughn into the windup in his first offering. Just a bit outside. He tried the corner and missed. Ball 4.
I need you to pull the clip of in that same highlight after he gets his control together. I think my man hits a ball 1 billion feet, and his call on it is amazing.
Yeah, Bob Uecker passed today at the age of 90 as we rejoin you at 5 o'clock on Gwynn and Chris. Crisello, Tony Gwynn Jr., and Matt Scraby. One of baseball's great personalities did die early today in Milwaukee. Tony texted me the sad news this morning, and I have to admit to a tear or two, Tony. Bob Uecker just had that impact on all of us. Tony knew him, having played for the Brewers, but those who didn't, I think, felt like they did. And
that was his superpower. Is that
right?
You didn't have to play for the Brewers in order for him to make you feel like you knew him.
Yeah, he was something special and just flat out funny. Just flat out funny, and certain people are just that. And he will be missed to those fans of the Brewers, fans of Major League Baseball. The movie Major League, from which that clip was, light beer from Miller commercials, Mr. Belvedere, Johnny Carson. The guy did all right in 90 years. Not too shabby. And also hit a home run once off Sandy Koufax. We welcome you back. That is kind of the story that's going around today. We've got a good NBA game tonight that just got underway. Cleveland and, Oklahoma City has bolted out, Tony. 32-14. Favor the Thunder over the Cavs at the end of the first quarter.
Can I change my pick?
You might want to change your pick on that one. OKC trying to get even after Cleveland beat them last week. College basketball, we got a couple of local teams in action tonight. Actually, USD, if you want to see a good college basketball game, Washington State is in town tonight at Jenny Craig Pavilion. So a little local college hoops for you as well. We're coming up on the NFL playoffs. We're going to have our picks coming up in this hour. And also little NBA news. LeBron's manager wants to start up a new rival NBA league. That was met with silence, which I kind of think it may be elsewhere. We'll see.
What's the point of it, though? Like, why?
To make money.
I don't know. Of course. But why try to take on the NBA? It doesn't make any sense to me.
Well, why are
You're not going to beat the NBA?
Who wants to beat them? The XFL and the...
You just could be... I mean, listen...
Right. The XFL isn't trying to beat the NFL. They're just trying to make some money.
The NFL isn't a thing anymore.
They all say that
but you know what I mean.
They all say that that's the idea, right?
But they're a feeder league. Like, they're a hey, you play well here, you might get a shot with the NFL team. Is that what this league is going to be?
Listen, as much as it is in the dream of the NFL and NBA to somehow make some international teams a part of their league is a pie in the sky. I don't think it'll ever be able to happen for either league. They can keep going playing games over there as much as they want. They will never have that a London team as a part of the NFL as we know it. And so I think the same goes for the NBA. And so it's feasible to see if you can put an international league together if you have the backing and the money. It sounds like $5.2 billion might get you somewhere started in the ballpark area.
See, that's the crazy part.
The arena.
Because that's a hefty goal.
Well, just think about it. That's an NFL. That's one NFL team.
That's true.
You know what I'm saying? I mean that 5 is probably more like 2 NFL teams, but still, they're trying to start a league with that. So, I mean, I don't know that there's much to worry about.
Speaking of a ton of money, too, a lot of people are coming out now. More and more and more. I think, was it the Chargers Spanos and company pledged like $100 to the fire aid victims.
I think it was more than 100,000.
200,000.
Oh, okay, there we go.
Which for them is about 100, I must say. Clippers owner Steve Ballmer, $15 million today. He and his wife
made the Spanos look kind of.
How much?
15 million. Spanos is 200,000.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, come on.
That's not even a
yeah
close.
And I mean, donations are rolling. Of course, Ballmer he does I think have more money than everybody.
He is the baller.
He's the
of
number
them,
one, but
that looks kind of crazy.
Does
15
look a little...
million, 200 grand. Here you go.
Let me give you a couple 100,000 here.
And I think the Houston Texans donated $1 million.
Yeah, they're not even in LA.
Not even from the state.
And then Dino walking around the field with his LAFD hat. By the way, I am fully supporting the fire department, but with Dean in an LAFD hat, it was not good.
The fire department's not complaining about the 200 grand, but it is kind of it's just it looks crazy.
Seems a little paltry.
One guy's walking around with 2 duffel bags, and this guy has a briefcase.
And when you open the briefcase, there's like 3 stacks of money, not the whole thing.
Seems a little paltry.
Oh, wow.
Also, and we mentioned this earlier, I'm going to say it again because he's a San Diego guy, and I felt like I dissed him yesterday and shouldn't have. Taylor Fritz, the tennis guy, with a really nice announcement today. He's going to take all his winnings from the Australian Open, and that figures to be quite a bit, actually. By the time he's done, he's going to donate that this year. So a lot of people are really coming together as normally happens. You know, somebody mentioned this to me yesterday, Tony. They said, boy, the fire is a tragedy. It's the worst thing ever, but it does show off the best of humans and behavior and everybody coming together. And I said, yes, there's 2 things that bring cities together. Polarize, everybody works for the same team, and that's unfortunately a tragedy like this and a successful sports franchise run.
Agree.
That's the 2 things where we all root for the same thing. So
my man Atkinson is about to lose his mind, or he almost just
the Cleveland
he
coach
almost pushed the referee into the scores table. Right, he was chasing after him.
Wow, the referee had to slow him down. Yeah, 23-point game, and it's about to get worse for Cleveland.
The fan behind the coach just like stood up and started cheering in his face. That was kind of funny. Roki Sasaki, no news except for a Japanese news source, maybe
this tabloid we talked about earlier?
Newspaper, yeah.
Chris, what's the time there now?
It's coming up on 10:07 a.m.
All right.
It's getting closer, maybe.
Might be the Chronicles time when the news drops.
If the news drops during the Chronicles, I'm calling foul play.
If the news drops during the Chronicles, I'm not letting you guys anywhere near this
I'm calling in as a special guest if that happens.
But they put out this like cover of a newspaper, and the translation on Twitter is, it has been reported in today's Tokyo edition dated the 17th that pitcher Roki Sasaki, who is aiming to transfer to the majors from Lotte via the posting system, will decide on his transfer destination on the 16th, 17th Japan time. So it's January 17th in Japan. So apparently before midnight tonight, Roki Sasaki is going to announce something.
Midnight Japan time, and it's 10 a.m.
Well,
there
I guess
now.
Midnight Japan time, midnight our time too, because never mind.
No.
Math off a little bit again.
Well, I remember that we're not 24 hours behind Japan. We're just like
about 19.
Yeah.
But here's the thing: we don't know if we 100% believe this story, but we're passing along everything we're hearing so that you guys can all take it for what it is and continue to cross those fingers. And we'll see. I mean, nobody knows.
I have
the Dodgers don't know either. That's the other part of this. I want people to think. People think like the Dodgers maybe. No, they don't know anything either. Like they're in the same boat. It means, I'm sorry to say this, LA fans, it means a lot more to us to get him. You know, Dodgers can be another guy. Stockpile another one.
I have an update for the bearer of misinformation, Chris Ello.
Oh.
Taylor Fritz did not say he was going to donate all of his winnings. Taylor Fritz said he's donating his first-round winnings.
Wow. What's his first-round winnings?
Apparently 67,000 pounds is what I'm seeing on this article.
Pounds?
So,
you read the article?
Yeah, there's an article. Fritz to give 67,000 pounds prize money to LA fire victims.
Very good. Well, I was trying to make him sound better than he was, but he's still cool for doing it.
He is cool for doing that. That's $81,000.
You know, I read the headline that said Taylor Fritz donating Australian Open prize money to LA wildfire relief. So I thought that meant whatever prize money he earns. Anyway, it's still nice, very nice of him to do it.
Yes.
So we'll give him that.
Yeah, it's the thought that counts, Scraby.
It could have been more. Come on, Taylor. Could have been more. Now here's the second day in a row I'm calling him out.
Wait, is Taylor like a well-established?
He's number 4 in the world right now. He's way up there.
That is way up there.
Yeah.
I don't know. We should be counting this man's pockets like this, though. 67,000, like quite a bit.
Well, it was $81,000 U.S. dollars.
Oh, so even more.
He donated, 81.
He almost got to 6 figures. He's right there.
He's closing in on Spanos.
He's right there next to Spanos, who owns a team. So hey,
Spanos has 2 bags. Taylor has 1 bag, and Balmer has 5 briefcases.
He's got a Brinks truck.
Yeah, he's backed up the truck.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, we can't keep joking about this Roki thing forever, guys. We're just gonna have to get into it at some point.
Roki has not made his decision yet, so that leaves the space for us to keep making up stuff or getting it off the Japanese Twitter.
Yeah, exactly. I wonder how Elon Musk really likes. Yeah, I know he's tried really hard to brand the website X. But no one says X anymore. No one says it.
It almost hurts to say X.
It doesn't feel
weird. Right.
It feels super weird. And
I say X and immediately say Twitter to kind of like make sure everybody knows what I'm talking
even
about.
Steph Curry said Twitter fingers.
Right.
Like, he's got to hate that, I would assume.
It's a better name. Sorry.
It is a better name.
Trying to change it to X for whatever reason.
Keep it the way it is.
Sounds ridiculous.
It does sound ridiculous.
All right, let's take a break. When we come back, Scrabe, where are we going?
We're going to talk a little bit about the college thing I have.
Okay.
When we come
back.
Good.
All right. Thank you, Tony.
NFL traffic is not ready yet.
NFL picks beyond that. Scraby, I think I heard him say the traffic is not ready.
Very nice.
You going to hear for Bryce Miller again?
We'll talk in the break.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights.
.518 on the clock. Tony Gwynn Jr., Chris Solo, Matt Scraby. I'm refraining
I know.
from saying what I really want to say.
The lonely boy?
The lonely guy.
Oh, it's the guy. Sorry.
Yeah, lonely guy.
He's got the Lonely Chronicles coming up from 6 to 7.
I am definitely not lonely during
Perspective
the Chronicles.
from a lonely guy.
Right.
Chronicles.
Well, I was sitting in my room earlier and I was it's kind of sad. So
that's it.
You do that too well, my friend.
Oh, I used to be Eeyore.
All right, we got our NFL picks to get to. I want to go over this story that is starting to circulate through today's cycle. You know, there was a lawsuit led to, if anybody's paying attention to the colleges and scholarships and roster sizes, there was a lawsuit that kind of had set that up to look a certain way. The plans that many major college athletic departments are making for how they will distribute new direct payments to athletes, the Department of Education says, will violate Title IX law, according to a memo published by the U.S. Department of Education. The memo provides some long-awaited guidance for how gender equity laws will apply to new era of college sports that is on track to begin this summer. It's not clear if the Department of Education will interpret it. Obviously, with a new president coming in, it could change. But the NCAA and the Power Conference had agreed to allow each school to share up to $20.5 million in direct payment to the athletes via name, image, and likeness deals. That, according to the Department of Education, will not fly. It was, in some schools, we're talking about putting 75% of this money to their biggest sports, football, basketball.
Right.
Department of Education says not so fast.
Yeah,
you're going to have to
interesting.
distribute that evenly between your men and women.
It's just like scholarships.
Yes.
That's why football teams get 110 scholarships, but there's not as many men's sports on campuses as women's teams because they have to give an equal number of scholarships.
Right. And so those roster sizes that, college football was having up near 115, 120, because of this lawsuit was being shrunk to about 85. Wow. But, full scholarships. And so that was going to take place across the board in the other smaller sports, bigger rosters, more scholarship money. But this is going to have to be evenly distributed. So this was a part of a settlement that may have to really start from scratch if what the Department of Education is saying to be true here. So stay tuned. That story is still developing.
Percolating.
You don't like that word, Scrape?
I don't like percolating.
They got to figure out a way out of this mess, and I don't know how they're going to get out of it.
They need to. Well, I
want the kids to get money, but not the way it's happening.
It sounded like there was a decision coming here in the next couple of weeks, but I don't know that this information messes that up or, gives them better guidelines to how to do so. So there's that. Let's get to our picks.
Bomb.
Oh.
It's time for Tony and Chris to face off. Playing for a season-long prize of pride.
I see pride. I see power.
The guys make their picks, and then they stress over their picks all weekend.
No! Please, no! No! No!
Gwynn and Chris NFL Pick'em starts now.
These guys are excited because
no, not excited. We're on Mad Dog Russo right now.
Oh, you're ripping him.
Yeah.
He put the Padres' 10th best uniform in baseball. You think that's too low?
I wasn't really ripping him. I was just making the point that it's Mad Dog. So all the top 10 uniforms are teams that have
old school
been
More
around
old school.
for a very long time. Although the Padres don't necessarily fit that criteria.
But, you know, Mad Dog's fashion sense is probably no better than
1,000%.
So,
we should not be worried about that.
I don't know how official this all is. All right, NFL playoff picks. Here we go. Tony won the week, but it's a cumulative playoff total.
Hold on.
So,
Brian Kenny ranked his uniforms too. The Padres actually made the list today. I'm surprised by that. Very surprised by that.
He's still working there?
Yes, he's still working there. I'm sorry, Chris.
it's okay. Tony was 4-2 last week, but he had 16 points in our confidence rankings. Scraby was also 4-2, but had 14 points. So Tony's up by 2. I was terrible last week. 2-4, 8 points. But alas, it's a new week. So we start with a 4-point game. Of the divisional playoff round games, which do you feel most confident in? I think last place should go first. My most confident team this week is the Portsmouth Spartans, better known as the Detroit Lions. Jaden Daniels is good. He did convince me last week that he's that good, but I think the Lions have been the team to beat almost all year. They're getting just healthy enough. They need to be a little more healthy, I know, but I feel more confident in them than anyone this week. I'll take the Lions. Tony for 4.
Give me my homeboy
KC
at home.
as
Yes.
the pick for you. All right, KC. It's almost impossible to imagine them losing this game.
It is.
Yes.
But
any stranger things have happened?
Stranger things. All right, Scraby, who's your top pick this week?
The Chefs.
Chefs?
Yep.
Yeah, who are the Chefs?
The Chiefs.
That commercial's hilarious.
It is, yeah.
All right, 4. I went obviously not with the Chiefs. I went with them for 3 points, and I think Detroit and Kansas City are both going to win. I just could see the Chiefs have won 2 straight Super Bowls. There could just be one bad day awaiting them, and I also don't like the fact that they've had 3 weeks off, and I also don't like the karma of just letting the Denver Broncos into the playoffs by not even showing up for the last game. I'm still a little angry at them for that. So that's why they're my 3-point game this week. Tony, who's your 3?
Oh, I get the strange feeling I don't think they care about your karma on that.
No, I don't think they do, but I'm giving you my reasoning.
I'm going to go the opposite. I'm going to flip-flop from what you did. Give me
Lions.
Detroit
All right.
over the Commanders. Whew, almost called them by the wrong name.
Yeah, it wouldn't bother me.
It might go back. Who knows?
Yeah.
It could, yeah.
All right, Scraby, you've been talking big on the Commanders, so I'm assuming you're not going to go with the Lions as your 3-point pick.
Bring up your upset, baby.
Or are
gonna,
you?
No.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to take the Eagles.
The Eagles.
Rams are traveling. I know the Rams are playing good football right now, but they're on the road. Saquon Barkley is very good. Jalen Hurts is going to have an extra week of practice. I think they're going to win.
The Barkley 255 rushing against the Rams in the regular season.
Yes, that also helps.
Doesn't hurt. 2-point pick for me will be, and I just think this is a great game, and it can go either way, but I was going to go with Josh Allen because I really like him. But after watching the Ravens the last, I'm going to say month, I think their defense has come to the point where it's better than Buffalo's defense. And I think that's going to make the difference in this game. I think the quarterbacks are going to both be incredible. The weather's going to be, downright awful. But I think Baltimore's defense is going to make the difference against Buffalo. So I'll take Baltimore for 2. Tony.
You know what pisses me off watching teams face Josh Allen? Because I watch how they treat a Lamar Jackson, where they don't necessarily, especially in these playoff games, they don't really rush to sack him. They rush to keep him contained. Mm-hmm. But every single time I watch Josh Allen play, it's like he breaks containment. It's like all they're trying to do is sack him. I think you have to treat Josh Allen very much like Lamar Jackson.
He doesn't look like he's fast.
I know he doesn't look, but at this point,
you better know.
It's pretty obviously that he is. And he's big.
Yes.
So just keep him in there. I also will take Baltimore as my 2-point pick.
All right.
But I beg you, please stay in your lane, defensive lineman, and the spy, can we have one on him, please?
Maybe, and make the guy kind of big, because
he
I'm
has to be
tired
at
of
least
these
the
little
same size.
tiny guys bouncing off
You can't
him.
have the cornerback chasing him. It's got to be a big dude that can run.
My 2-point pick, I am going to go with the Bills. They're at
You
home.
like Buffalo.
They're at home. They haven't lost all year at home.
True that.
I mean, the Ravens, obviously, Derrick Henry changes a lot, but Ravens are on the road. I did read a very interesting fact. I think Lamar is 3-1 in games under the freezing temperature, which is 32. Why is a guy from Miami so good at cold weather games?
That's a great question.
And can he teach the Dolphins how to do it?
He's so good at it. But I'll take the Bills.
You got the Bills. All right, we have one game left for each of us. Mine is the Rams-Philadelphia game. And I have to pick one upset every week. It's just in my DNA. I picked the favorite in the first 3 games, so I'm going to go with the Rams here. My big thing is that Jalen Hurts is not yet Jalen Hurts.
I see it too, brother.
He did not look at last week. Now, if this week has meant a lot to him and he comes out like Jalen, then the Rams, I think, are going to really have their work cut out for them. But Matthew Stafford's offense, he's whole again with Nakua and with Cooper Kupp. And so I'm going to take the Rams to pull off an upset here. But it would be an upset for sure. Tony.
I see the same thing you're seeing with Jalen. He could very well get back to his normal self. But I honestly think that the Rams can't stop this running game. And I think that's going to buy Hurts another week to kind of get himself together.
Yeah.
I'm going to take the Eagles at this point.
Okay.
That's a Raven.
Scraby, I know you've been
Falcon.
We saved the best for last. Scraby's going to explain to us how the Commanders are going to beat the Lions, and it's not going to have anything to do with the actual game.
No, it's not.
It's going to have to do with the fact that he hates the Lions because they've taken over for the 49ers as the best team in the NFC.
I just think that the Lions are overconfident. Their defense is very injured, and I think that Jaden Daniels is good enough to take advantage of that terrible injured defense right now.
Terrible injured defense. Okay. You got him. Yeah. Commanders are yours for one.
I really hope that the Commanders win.
I know you do, and I have to root hard for the Lions because I don't want you to be happy about it.
I want you to stay in misery.
That's right.
You are our tennis guy.
I'm a guy.
Did you see the story on Pam Shriver?
I saw she had some trophies stolen.
Yeah. While she was, her house, she was fleeing from the fires. She apparently lived in the Pacific Palisades. Her Hellcat discovered missing.
Is that a
missile? No, it's the Hellcat is the Charger. It's like a souped-up version.
Oh, a car.
It's a car. It's a Hellcat.
A Hellcat's also a missile, I believe.
Dodge Durango Hellcat. So in this case, it's a Durango, and the Hellcat is like the specialty piece to it.
It's like the Raptor of Ford.
Right, exactly. She had her trophies stolen out of that car. 5 Wimbledon trophies, 5 French Open trophies.
Wow.
Open plates.
She was a doubles champ many, many times. I don't think she ever won a singles Grand Slam, but a double. She was one of the best doubles players ever. So she had a lot of those trophies. Shame.
Yeah, it sucks.
Stuff you cannot get back.
I think Paris is going to replace some of the medals that were lost in the fire for, I can't remember which athlete it was.
Oh, yeah, there were some. I saw that. They lost their...
Man, can you imagine just rifling around that and finding a bunch of medals?
Hey, you know what? Not funny thing, but remember, people were posting their medals because they didn't look good after this year.
Yeah.
Just goes to show you, man. Like, you just got to cherish those things, regardless of what they look like, because they could be lost very easily.
Very true.
All right, let's get to the break. On the other side, Bryce Miller joined us earlier. You get a chance to hear it again.
He was informative and entertaining. And scolding me.
On Gwynn and Chris.
Coming up on Friday.
Tony Gwynn Jr., Matt Scraby, he of the Chronicles, which gets underway at 6 o'clock tonight. Top of the hour, Scraby will be taking over.
I have a skydiving video for everyone.
That's been heavily edited.
I had to edit out some of my swear words, and I had to also edit out. It was hurting a certain part of my body really bad. So,
how old is the skydiving video?
I was
when
still
did you
drinking.
skydive.
So...
Were you drinking when you jumped off the plane?
No. He wouldn't have let me. You're not allowed to go when you're drunk or under the influence or anything. Probably 10 years ago, but I've done it twice, and it was the most amazing thing ever.
No, it's not.
You don't like.
That
You guys
sounds
think that
foolish.
your stomach drops like in a roller coaster? It's not like that at all.
Your whole body's dropping.
Yeah, but your stomach,
literally.
You just honestly, I have to say, it's the most freeing thing ever. Just falling and just looking around. It's amazing.
I don't want to be free then, if that's the case.
I don't want to be free.
Jumping out from planes.
Happy to be
on the ground,
on level ground,
Yes,
level par.
Indeed.
You know, it's very rare to have a skydiving accident. Like extremely rare.
Unless you can tell me there's 100% chance I land
100%
safely.
chance.
No,
Tony.
there's not. You can't prove that. I'm good.
I don't know what's more likely, Tony, a skydiving accident or getting bit by a shark, but I don't believe you'll be threatened by either.
Won't have to worry about me being a statistic on either of those two.
No. Unless somebody lets a shark loose in a pool, swimming pool, or a bathtub.
Right.
You're otherwise okay.
That's the only way you're going to get me on that one.
I just read about...
Well, with all the pranks that are going on these days, it might be possible.
No kidding.
I just read about a woman who was attacked by a shark over the summer and she lost her arm and the insurance company is denying her a prosthetic. That's why I read about it, because it came up. But she said that she punched the shark in the gills and it went away. So that's my move.
It's supposed to be the nose.
Yeah, but she got the gills.
What did she punch the
That's
shark
why she
with?
lost a limb,
Her
because she went for the
fist.
gill.
Like,
Got to get
No,
the
but
nose.
she lost a limb. So did she punch with the other limb?
I'm assuming, yeah. You go like, she can't do it with the one that's in the mouth.
Boy, it's a rough day.
I'm good.
That is a rough
I'm
day.
good.
Speaking of rough days, Cleveland Cavaliers are having one halftime in OKC. NBA's top two teams tonight. All Thunder, 75-52. at halftime. 23-point margin, Scraby, so you don't have to subtract.
Thank you.
But the Thunder on pace for 150 tonight. I don't know if they'll quite get there, but big first half for OKC. All right, earlier, our guy, Bryce Miller from the San Diego Union Tribune. He's always funny on this show, too.
He's got a great sense of humor.
He does. And he scolded me about my crappy earbuds. And he also gave us a whole bunch of information about stuff going on in San Diego sports, including the upcoming SDFC.
From the 855 Get Ross Traffic Center, protecting San Diego after accidents or injury, here's Kelly Danick.
Got a ladder in the fast lane, eastbound side of the 8 right before the 125, southbound side of the 163 before Washington Street, crash over the right shoulder. We've also got an accident on the A Street on-ramp to North 163. Had an accident near the border, South 5, past Camino de la Plaza. It's got the right lane blocked. In the North County, eastbound 56 at Carmel Country Road. Two-vehicle accident over the right shoulder. I'm Kelly Danick with Gwynn Chris, San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan.
I want to start with San Diego FC. You wrote an article a couple days ago, really highlighting their first opportunity to get on the field together at the new facility. Tell us a little bit about what you saw that day.
Well, for me, that was the first time I'd seen the facility, the performance center. It's really impressive in person. It's got the kind of cool thing going for it in terms of aesthetics, but it's also just this really compartmentalized thing. It's not just for San Diego. I mean, it's got workout, weight rooms, cafeteria, and without getting into the weeds on this Right to Dream program. There's only 4 of them in the world, I think, and San Diego has 1 in the U.S. It's in Ghana, Egypt, and Denmark. So by the end of the year, they're going to have players coming in as young as 12, and it's this integration thing between the two and building players from within, and they have to accommodate that too and take that into account. In fact, they've embraced it. That's a big part of what they're about and want to do. So you got that look at what the beginning stages looked like and felt like, and that was impressive. But it's also time to connect with, the people in the front office, see the team on the field, get a sense for the access that was limited, but at the beginning of the workout that you could see how some of that's coming together. And there's a lot of interest in what the players and the style will be. I mean, Chucky Lozano from Mexico is an absolute superstar. And played in a couple World Cups. He's won championships in multiple levels, and he'll be a huge draw, a cross-border draw for this club, and I think that will be a big benefit to them right out of the gate. But you saw a little slice of all of that.
Bryce Miller's with us, and of course we're pretty excited about this SDFC, and it's kind of coming back at us a little more quietly than I expected, Bryce. I'm sure it'll ramp up here in the next month or so because we're not that far away from the opening game. We did have the coach on a couple of weeks ago. Enjoyed chatting with him, and we asked him, how successful can they be in the inaugural season. And he was a little measured, in what he was predicting, and that's probably smart of him to do. But how successful will the league allow them to be as an expansion team? And then off the field, what are their expectations and what are yours? I'm sorry, I asked you 14 questions there. My bad.
You act like we haven't met, Chris. But no, Tyler Heaps, the sporting director of the club, essentially, if you're not into soccer, think of it as the A.J. Preller of San Diego FC. He said they are building this with plans to compete right away, to get in the playoffs right away. On one hand, you got to feel like he means that, but on the other hand, just being pragmatic, what's he supposed to say? So there's a little of that baked in, but it's just so hard to know. You don't know what you have with any of these players beyond their resume and beyond what you see on tape. You don't know what they look like together. So how realistic is it that they could be that kind of club right out of the gate? We asked these same questions with Wave FC, and they immediately were in the playoffs. And They won the Shield last year, which is the best regular season team in the NWSL, and then the wheels fell off. I mean, so all those scenarios feel like they're possible. But the one thing that's for sure, they go into this with a lot of optimism.
Yeah, Tyler Leaps is the one tasked with putting this team together. And I think part of the reason I think that question is getting asked, as you just kind of alluded to, Bryce, is you saw the Wave come in their first year and have some success in their second year. And I think a lot of people felt like that helped, really bring the crowd and people supporting this team. Do you think it's the same for San Diego FC, or do you think they'll be given a little grace period here?
Well, I think that point's good, and it's true for everything. I mean, even, winning brings eyeballs and interest. And look at the Padres. I mean, there was a following in the city, no doubt. It kind of ramped up in importance after the Chargers left. But when it really became sellout after sellout after sellout is when you go out and get Manny Machado, when Fernando Tatis Jr. is here, when they're playing in the 2022 NLDS. So winning kind of colors all of that. And I don't feel like they'll be in a different boat except for this. I think one kind of differentiating factor is this cross-border influence potentially with Mexico.
Yeah.
A ton of, there are players starting with Chucky Lozano. Anybody across on the south side of that border, they know him. They know him well. They're not being introduced to him in this moment, not even close. And we saw what happened when the Mexican national team would come play at old Qualcomm Stadium. They'd sell it out, and there would be cars ditched on the side of the road because they couldn't get in, and people were walking in.
That's true.
So I think they have that, which is unique and, potentially substantial. But so for that reason, I think they'll be successful. But the winning is what's linked to the kind of long-term stability.
Bryce Miller is with us from the San Diego Union Tribune. And yes, soccer is around the corner. Also, baseball season's coming up, Bryce. And I imagine everybody's asking you the same question they ask us. Is Sasaki going to sign here? And nobody knows the answer. So, it's really a wait and see. But what Tony and I have been kind of surmising is that this is really one of the bigger decisions, coming down here for the Padre fans. I think Padre fans are giving it a bit of an all or nothing, whether they should or not. That's the sense I get, that if we get Sasaki, we're going to be good. And if we don't, we're going to be terrible. There's no in between right now.
Well, there is an in-between, but even that being said, and I've said this for weeks, this could be a seminal moment for the Padres. It's absolutely a huge decision. It's not just his potential to be an ace caliber pitcher, even though that's big in and of itself, but it's his controllability. It's his affordability out of the gate. That's huge. We know in the last year, the club really shifted to being mindful of the money more than ever before because of the competitive balance tax and the penalties they were paying on that. And they hit the reset button on that in terms of penalties. The longer you go, the more consecutive years you face those penalties, they increase. And so they were able to reset and at least get that piece of it under control. And we just went through arbitration, but you've still got Michael King that you're unclear where that heads in terms of money. Sasaki not only gives you exactly what you need, potentially, he gives you somebody that's affordable and controllable for a long time. So for all those reasons, it's just an absolutely huge decision. And the other thing, it kind of offsets to some degree everything going on with the Dodgers, who are now your biggest rival, and you can say that and mean it because competitively, Padres took them closer to the brink than any team in the playoffs last season, and it's just one of those things it would be hard to swallow the possibility of him saying no to San Diego and saying yes to the Dodgers.
It does feel like a huge decision coming down the pipeline. I think last year, our experience during the offseason with the Dodgers signed who they signed. The Padres kind of added here and there. Next thing you know, the Padres were on the same playing field, regardless of what happened. I think you're right. The Sasaki signing would allow for at least the thought to feel like, okay, We're back on that same playing field, despite what they've done. Where if it's flipped, it feels.
This call will be recorded.
It feels like a.
Is that the same thing you heard on your iPhone? Remember that one time? Bryce, are you still there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you. We got you. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
It kind of feels like it's a landslide in the other direction. So you're 100% right. Do you have a sense on how the Padres feel after all of these meetings have taken place at this point?
Well, I think they have to feel it's kind of a mix of things, I would think. It's the one thing that's been clear in the last maybe 2 weeks is the Padres seem to be in better standing with Sasaki and his camp than maybe people would have thought out of the gate. I think so many people initially thought this was a Dodgers no-brainer, and it doesn't sound like that now. At the same time, I know the kind of fight, for the control person position and what that would mean, within the team and what that would mean or not mean to Sasaki and his people, that's hard to know. Maybe it's a factor. Maybe it's a complete non-factor. I could see either of those things being true. But it seems like they are better positioned than we initially thought.
Bryce Miller is our guest. And we're hearing or reading, Bryce, about we got the golf coming up here, the Farmers. And we're reading also that the Genesis Invitational, which is in the middle of February, is going to be moved because of what's happening in Los Angeles. And we certainly understand that. And apparently, you're hearing that Torrey Pines is a possibility. We could end up getting 2 tournaments here this year.
Yeah, I started working on this morning, and I was going to write something that they were a contender. I talked to Marty Gorsuch, who's the tournament director for the Farmers Insurance Open. And essentially what he told me earlier in the day is he hadn't been contacted, but he thinks they would be a possibility just because of the geographic location. So that was going to be what I wrote. So when I checked with the PGA, a spokesman there told me, hang on, we might have something to release. And just after 1 o'clock, they released that they are going to move the Genesis Open just because it's in Pacific Palisades, and we all know what that means.
Yeah.
And you just hope for the best for that region, but at the same time, they've got a plan, and they probably haven't had enough time to assess the feasibility of playing there. Riviera Country Club's on the eastern end. Pacific Palisades kind of sandwiched with Santa Monica there, so they may not have gotten the brunt of it that region did, but still a lot to consider. So I talked to Marty Gorsuch and the one after the decision too, and he said, well, I still haven't gotten a call. And one of the things is this is just his gut feeling that, if we were really on a short list, I would think they would have gotten a hold of us. They said they're going to announce in the coming days, which seems to be a short timeline. But he said my phone could ring in 2 minutes, that kind of thing. You think about, in my address, talking to him about Pebble Beach and Phoenix, where the waste management event is a week earlier on the schedule than the tournament in Pacific Palisades. So there's a lot, and the logistics of it are numbing. LA, we all know they postponed some NBA games for a while, but they moved an NFL game to Arizona.
Yeah.
So it's so new to everybody. Everything's on the table, but the impact potentially on Torrey Pines, if they were to get a call, is really interesting.
Bryce, love catching up with you today. As always, love hearing from you. We'll catch up with you at some point down the line.
Okay, don't get any spaghetti on your earbuds.
That's for Chris.
All right, Bryce, working on it. We got a couple minutes to go here. Not really even now.
No, we don't.
Scraby Chronicles is like, no, I want in now.
He's hoping for the Roki breaking news during his hour.
Yeah, right. It's
lunchtime, Roki. Come on.
10:53 in Japan, Roki. So get to it. Poor Cleveland. They had 52 points at halftime. Then OKC challenged a 3-point shot, and the guy was standing out of bounds, so they took it away from them. Cleveland had 49 points and was down 26 at the half. Now they're down 29. OKC is having a big night. Scraby will take you home. For Tony, Chris, adios.
Peace out.